We back. We back. You already know what to do. As soon as you come in, double tap the screen. Shout out to all the new subscribers, man. We going up. All right. So we back. The young Dolph trial continues. Hernandez Govan makes a decision not to testify. Do y'all remember the name Joshua Teller? You remember I said write that one down. Like I said, I had to go back. We had to dig in the archives. We had to go back. Joshua Teller. I almost forgot. I almost forgot. Do y'all remember those faces? This would be before we even knew of a Govan or Hernandez Govan. Information was dropping fast. I'm looking back. Y'all, and I feel like people almost forgot. I know Memphis ain't forgot the war that was going on. Now, you got Joshua Taylor affiliation with another, what they want to call itself, gang, cliques, whatever you want to call it, under investigation. It came out, and when I looked and covered this about 3 years ago, y'all, I been showed y'all a few things. Y'all remember this? The first off, the fact that Straight Drop is wearing the PRE emblem. If you know the backstory behind it, allegedly it comes from a PRE member getting their chain taken. So it's no coincidence that when Straight Drop made this music video, he actually thought he was going to be in the industry, free on the streets, and have a career. Believe me, y'all, he really felt like that. Because if he didn't, he wouldn't be the one that they call him. Well, I mean, let's be honest. He's been sentenced to a life sentence without parole as a trigger man for the unaliving of Dolph. So we know it ain't. We know what it is. It's him. But why I keep calling it a war, and I ain't trying to disrespect the Memphis, but because everybody knew in Memphis how it was going and who the two counts was, and how it got to the point where people had to choose sides. Joshua Teller with Straight Drop, and they got a whole lot of money. This video would be dropped after the Unaliving the Dolph. I kept asking y'all, who, if he's just a regular dude in his city, who coordinated all these cars to pull up? You see the Corvette behind him. Who that in the Corvette, y'all? Who that? What happened to him? He gone. So you telling me it's not a war going on? So you telling me it ain't strategic takeouts, man? The people that this is why they mentioned his name earlier, man. We were like, hold up. I forgot about bro, cause he gone. Can't speak. The charges are falling on who? The shoulders of Straight Drop, aka Joshua Johnson or Joshua, or whatever his name is, Straight Drop dude. He already got sentenced. Then you got his co-defendant, Cornelius Smith, who on a day one of the trial continued to tell a story that Hernandez Govan, which is on trial right now, Hernandez Govan was the mastermind and was the middleman between who? Jook, Big Jook. Coincidence? Hell no. We just warming up. Don't forget to drop the Dolphins in the chat, man, as things heat up. Part 2, they took a lunch break. Now we about to eat some more. Now, some interesting things happened. Some interesting things did happen before we left. We seen Govan sit down in that seat. He sat down. He sat there with his hands in the air. I ain't seen no Bible, but it seemed like he swore to tell the truth or to testify at least to the fact that he doesn't want to say anything. We seen Cornelius have a lot to say. Now, my thing is this, y'all. We gotta go over everything that just happened. We seen a detective come in there and say he lifted fingerprints. He lifted fingerprints. Who fingerprints did they lift, y'all? Because the cross was real quick. It was swift. So we already seeing how Govan lawyer is coming. He's basically saying that Cornelius Smith testimony is no good. If you didn't see that coming, how could you not see that coming? He started off his testimony on the first day saying that he was addicted. He was an addict. Said that this man was an addict. He was arrested on his daughter's birthday. He knew that the police was following him all day. He already stated that. Now, what happened on the break was the lawyer said, well, hold on, wait a minute. I want to actually let the jury hear the audio of what actually was said upon arrest. not only for Cornelius Smith, but for the other key witnesses that we seen, his girlfriend at the time, the one who picked him up in the car. Should she go to jail? They were saying something about charges should be added. Will she be picked up? Or was her testimony good enough for the state, y'all? They was talking about charges. We debated in the chat, are they adding charges or they taking charges away? Govan took to the stand. He actually said that no, he don't want to say anything. He's listening to his lawyer. All right, boom. Let's go back here. Justin Johnson decided he not gonna say nothing. But the thing about it is, when he shot this video, sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words. As you can see in the music video that he chose to shoot, because let's not forget, he was an upcoming artist who thought he was going to get a record deal. What would you do for a record deal? I'm not going to play the music. We did that on on day 2. If you want to go back and watch, or just go check it out. It's called whatever it's called. But this is the pictures from that video, and as you can see in the video, he's wearing the PRE emblem right there on his hip as a trophy. If you don't know, you got to know that part. This what's happening is this is the music, but it's a whole taunting going on inside the music, the hidden agenda. The hidden agenda is fake promises, music deals. Who ordered all the vehicles? Was Straight Drop already having this type of motion? Y'all know who he had allegedly was supposed to be signed to. It ain't no secret. That's why I keep telling y'all. Was the back door left open a long time ago? Was the back door left open a long time ago? We're gonna start the show up the same way we saw last time. Y'all already know what's going on. Let me see the Dolphins in the chat. Let me see them.
If you will turn on your radio, any revival meeting on a Sunday night, you will hear Conspirators. When the preacher starts talking sensibly, but the congregation gets more and more enthusiastic. Amen. Yes, Lord. And it works out the preacher so that by the time he is through, have turned into not only poetry.
We got to talk about that, man. They took out a pillar in their own community, and a lot of them ain't gonna never have the opportunities that he was putting out there. We talking about the music industry putting rappers on in position to think that they gonna make millions. Let's pick up where we left off. So at this point in Dolph's career, he was definitely preaching. You can see he was already branded. PRE. There you go. You see it. All the youngest behind him. Now, I told y'all to take the notes earlier. Joshua Taylor was mentioned. Who is Joshua Taylor? Well, that would be a True Mafia member. If you know, you know. Ain't that him right there in the video when Straight dropped the video? Wearing the what? The PRE emblem, which only fuel the war that was already going on, the war in Memphis. Now, y'all think it's with coincidence that Joshua Taylor is no longer here? His name coming up. This is two people names keep coming up that are no longer here. Mims and Taylor. But ask yourself this: where all this money come from the video that they shot? I keep telling y'all, man. There is a hidden agenda in the music industry, and they are making it easy. Y'all making it easy. It will swallow you. This is a story of money and greed, and obviously stupidity. The lesson would be that Mr. Straight Drop would straight drop himself out of the free world into prison, life sentence without parole. Affiliation right in your face. Who that right there next to Straight Drop with all the money? Who put together all these vehicles, man? They was definitely doing it big in their city. So you telling me Cornelius come into the courtroom and he say that Hernandez Govan had some type of catalog and was keeping track of who had what on their head. That was day 2. That came out in day 2, man. Y'all got to keep up. He said that he definitely had a pill addiction. Now let's go back to where we left off and what we about to listen to when the judge get back. He said, remember, that he went and cleaned the car. The detective just came and sat down and said they didn't see no signs of anybody cleaning the car with bleach. If you didn't peep that, that's the whole point of him sitting down. The cross-examination was so quick and swift that I almost didn't realize that he was cross-examined. It was just fast. Then we would see the jury leave the building, and then it seemed like for almost a moment that a deal was on the table. I heard the judge say, all the evidence in. It's seeming as though the state is resting, but the defense is saying, well, wait a minute. I think we should take a listen to the audio of what the two, and this point is a good point, key witnesses, because the two key witnesses right now against Govan, because don't forget, what happened to Joshua, y'all? I told y'all, take that name down. What happened to Josh? He died in the war. Was it because he was next to this dude right here? This guy right here, who we were gonna find out was one of the trigger men. So you can't do nothing with him. He out of there. I need y'all to stay with me. Now, what you keep hearing in this trial is another music industry. I mean, not music industry, music label. And y'all know who that is. Now, the thing about that whole thing is, do y'all see how the ends are loose, have been loosened? And down there, slither, yeah. The thing about that whole connection is Jook is no longer here. So what does that leave? Cornelius, alleged other trigger man, telling on Hernandez Govan that he held the cards in his hand and was actually putting young shooters on missions. I don't know what his lawyer got up his sleeve, but I don't think the audio that we about to listen to, if we get a chance to listen to it, because they should have already been back. They should have been back already. But again, they putting together, I feel like they putting together paperwork already. They already getting everything. I'm seeing movement. I think she's about to give the jury instructions today. From my understanding, the state rests in their case and their evidence. It was 1, 2, 3. Cornelius Smith, the alleged shooter, his girlfriend, the one who helped pick him up when they was wounded. They pointed out on camera in good HD camera, them actually in the same clothes. Straight Drop is already probably down the road if he's not still in the county. I see it is that prop money. The only reason I don't think that's prop money because it could, you know, that could very well be prop money, right? But are those prop cars too? Let me show you. Is the video that was shot prop? You know what I'm saying? Was the whole video a prop, or was the video a video of somebody who was actually signed to a label who severed ties? And let's not forget, Justin Johnson had a lawyer, but that lawyer couldn't represent him no more because of what? That lawyer was a CMG lawyer, and ties was already severed. Oh, y'all don't know the history? Y'all don't remember what these two gentlemen was supposed to have been believed to have something to do with it? Everybody was like, oh, what happened to Straight Drop lawyer? I thought he ain't had a CMG lawyer no more. You know why? Because that was a certain individual lawyer, and that's who that lawyer represents on all the cases. We can't forget the emblem that we just witnessed, that we just seen in the chat. We can't forget that other people had got into entanglements out of town that was also mentioned. So we got to keep asking ourselves, is the back door open?
And 3 months later, police have pinned Memphis rapper Black Youngsta for his alleged involvement. Authorities have revealed that the van used to shoot up Dolph's bulletproof SUV in February was rented by Youngsta, whose associates later turned themselves over to the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office, where they were then charged with 6 counts each of discharging a weapon into occupied property and felony conspiracy. Upon entering the sheriff's office, Youngsta proclaimed his innocence, making this brief statement.
I ain't fired nothing. I don't know nothing. I ain't seen nothing. It's obviously somebody already. Somebody snitching.
Youngsta's attorney stands by his client's innocence by stating the van rented by the rapper was stolen prior to when the shooting took place. Youngsta and Dolph have both engaged this ongoing feud in which public threats were made on social media and through lyrics.
Hi. Straight out the just for you. Appreciate you, baby. Be safe. Say you came to get some what?
That's all I came for, to get some fajita.
Fajita cook.
Get the sign.
Get the sign.
Get the sign. Come back around here.
Come back around there.
Yes, these right here.
What you got? Chocolate chip. Don't hide.
Dolph was in his city like he always is, going to the places that he always go because he felt like he could. Now, was he safe in his city? That's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother story. Should he have been more protected? It's kind of too late, but that's a whole nother conversation. Now, this is why I think that this case has a back door wide open, because we're about to go back to the chief back when this first started and listen closely to what she said. And who they just used in this trial continue is that other things was happening outside of the city. So when they mentioned having help with the alphabet people, you can't be surprised because things was going on outside the state.
I think I'm crazy. What you think?
Fucking with my gang, you get to a shooting shot. Commissary, he got put on mess to see what's survive. Pussy nigga, you my boy, she bitch, you know she's so hot. Real nigga, I might fuck your bitch. Fucking with my gang, you get to a shooting shot. Commissary, he got put on mess to see what's survive. Pussy nigga, you my boy, she bitch, you know she's so hot. Real nigga, I might fuck your bitch.
To a person shot at 2370 Airways Boulevard. Our preliminary investigation reveals the victim is Adolph Robert Thornton Jr. This shooting is another example of the senseless gun violence that we have seen far too often locally and nationwide. Our hearts go out to the Thornton family and all who are affected by this horrific act of violence. The Memphis Police Department is providing an increased presence in areas of the city that might be directly impacted by this unfortunate incident. We are committed to working with the community to stop these senseless murders. We're also dedicated to bringing those responsible for today's shooting and others to justice.
Have you had any incidents or shootings that you might think are related to what happened today with the young Dolph?
Well, we have investigations that are going on right now, and the Memphis Police Department, along with our federal partners, will look at every investigation and every piece of evidence to try to solve this particular case. We can't say for sure that it's associated with anything else at this time.
It happened to circulating on social media about this shooting here, this rapper's house, this restaurant. And we understand, was any of that accurate or true?
Well, I haven't vetted all the social media. There have been erroneous posts on social media, and what we're trying to do is monitor the facts and ensure that we provide the facts to the public as well. So what we see on social media may not be accurate.
Come on, man. So we here, y'all. We back. If you're new to the channel, make sure you do me a favor and hit that like button. All right. We waiting for the jury to come back. Oh, man. So here's the thing. it's a couple things that can happen. A couple ways this can go. As far as Hernandez Govan, the jury has to come up with a decision, and they have to agree. It only takes one person to not disagree, and it is a chance that Govan, even though he's not even locked up right now, keep that in mind. Govan is out on bond. And while being no bond, 3 times he had to come in front of the judge from violating his bond. One was when he left the state because what happened, his daughter, well, no, he left the state. He said what he said, but he was doing whatever. The second time, his daughter was unalive. And the third time he violated, it was just ridiculous. And you thought out of 3 times of violating your bond, it would get revoked. But the bond never got revoked. It was at that point that I ain't gonna lie, I started speculating. Like, I don't know who Govan is, what type of connections he got. I thought he was working. But there's no way he working because ain't nothing come out that he's working. And when he sat down, he said he don't want to say anything. Somebody that he used to serve, he seen in the first day of his trial point fingers right at him, but he already knew that. He been at the house while Cornelius Smith, the second trigger man, has been locked up day for day. Salute to everybody coming in. Thank you, everybody that hit that like button. Double tap the screen. That's how you interact. That's how you make us go out further and further into the algorithm. This is the Young Dolph trial, day 3. We're just waiting for the jury to be seated. You ain't missed nothing yet. You ain't missed nothing yet. I see movement, though. I see movement. Here we go. All right. So let me lay it down real quick. I don't care what you chat as long as you just be respectful. Please try to, if you're going to use profanity, use it in a certain way to where it's not, you know what I'm saying, getting flat. Do not use the K word, the KIL word. Don't use that. But if any other thing else, any opinion you have, I will post you. Salute to everybody, wherever you coming from, wherever you listening from. This is the Young Dolph trial. You can get it a lot of different places, but you getting it right here with me. And we just reviewing it together, y'all. Let's get into it together. So do me a favor, drop them Dolphs, drop where you from. I'm in Georgia with it. I see we got Jersey in the building. Salute Jersey in the building. We about to start up. I see we got movement. Salute everybody. I see we got North every time. You know, I'm not gonna stop about it. Like everybody commenting, you know what I'm saying? For fame, money, and an easy way out. You know what I'm saying? Robbing, stealing is gonna get you landed straight where? In the prison, which pays who? Y'all come on. We're not gonna go all the way through there. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, everybody got a job to do. Catch. All right, cool. It's all good. Thank you for letting me know. but I don't see nothing started. Yeah, it's nothing going on. And see, here's the thing, a lot of this stuff is a struggle that we see with our children growing up, wanting to, you know what I'm saying, choose the route of being somebody famous and, you know, not usually going, you know, going to school. And I always say whenever I do this content like this, we never seen and never lived in a time where you could get millions of dollars without an education. But now we live in a time where just doing music, Tampa, Florida in the building, salute. And they doing it because, you know, everybody want to be on TV. Not everybody, you know, but you know, they want to be on TV. They want the lifestyle. This is video, the money. You got, yeah. Clip for y'all. Who the 100 shots came from, but I'll play it again. Whatever happened to that case? Y'all see how that case went away? People were arrested for those 100 shots.
I don't know nothing. I ain't seen nothing.
Some territories, believe it or not. He had to get what? Instinct kicked in. Instinct kicked in. He took off running. He lived. Shout out to everybody hitting that like button, man. He lived that time. But do y'all think it's funny that the person who I feel like Govan is definitely trying to take a deal? I think they're going over how they're going to charge him, just like the judge. What I've seen in Memphis that I never seen, and I don't see where I'm at, is they got cameras everywhere in the middle of the neighborhood, on the streets. And if you from Memphis, then you know what I'm talking about. They got on camera. They watching Memphis hard. Somebody from Memphis got to be up in here right now. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. I had to ask myself, what are those? They're like, oh, don't the street. They got cameras, y'all. Street level. You can walk up to them. If you know, you know. Shooting in traffic was going on, you know what I'm saying? Like, definitely on the highway, stuff like that. So slanging iron is definitely a thing that, you know, the kids definitely probably can or cannot tap into, but it's an option out there, you know what I'm saying? Sadly to say, it's definitely an option. At the end of the day, everybody know the counts. It was back and forth, but I don't think alongside a Straight Drop, which we didn't know at the time, Straight Drop was up and coming artist, but he was a little bit more than just a rapper. He also was still neck high into the streets.
So if you are going to have difficulty sitting,
it sounds like we have action.
The doors will be locked. There will I'm smart, you can lock the door.
Somebody went to the restaurant. I just heard. Everybody was ready. That one person ran to the
Always one person.
For the record, that wasn't me laughing. That's somebody. That's like the cameras. Whoever close to the camera. I don't know who that was.
Yeah, tell them to come on in now. Yes.
Jury's now in this courtroom.
Again, I asked if you got anything good commentary or we want to react in the comments, I will post it on the big screen. I'm here to socialize with y'all as we both react to whatever's about to happen. Salute to everybody in the building all over the states. You did? Everybody that hit that like button, I appreciate you.
Y'all stay away. Are there any family or anybody over here, as far as you know, out there off the market? Okay. Those of you who just joined us in the audience, I am preparing to read the jury charge. It's lengthy. It's gonna take me about 15 minutes or so to read it. If you're going to have difficulty sitting still during this time, I ask you to excuse yourself now. You're welcome to come back in once the lawyers start their closing arguments, but there will be no movement during this time with the instructions to the jury. The doors will be locked. There won't be any in and out.
Wow. All right, boom. I'm gonna be on mute, but I just said so. I was right. Maybe we don't get audio. It seemed like closing arguments. She about to get a jury instructions. Let's go.
So this is the next part to this. This is my instructions to you. The law requires that I read this to you. I don't want to insult anybody's intelligence. I believe everybody can read, but the law does require that you hear it all at the same time. So I must read it all to you. Okay? State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan. Members of the jury, the evidence in the case has been completed and it is now my duty to instruct you as to the law. After I instruct you as to the law, the state and the defense may present their closing arguments. The law applicable to this case is stated in these instructions, and it is your duty to carefully consider all of them. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance. You should not single out any one or more of them to the exclusion of another or others, but should consider each one in light of and in harmony with the others. Ladies and gentlemen, the copy that you have there is for your use, so feel free to mark it up as you please. Duties of the court and jury. The law makes it the duty of the court to charge the jury the law relative to the case on trial, and the duty of the jury to carefully consider all of the evidence delivered to them in the trial and under the law given them by the court, render their verdicts with absolute impartiality. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdicts. You must render your verdicts with absolute fairness and impartiality, as you think justice and truth dictate. Formal charge, not evidence. The indictment in this case is a formal written accusation charging the defendant with the crimes. It is not evidence against the defendant and does not create any inference of guilt. Statements and rulings of the court. At times during the trial, I have ruled upon the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with these rulings. Neither by such rulings, these instructions, nor any other remarks which I have made, do I mean to indicate any opinion as to the facts or as to what your verdicts should be. Statements and arguments of counsel. Statements, arguments, and remarks of attorneys are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. If any statement were made by the attorneys in this trial at any time that you believe are not supported by the evidence, you should disregard them. Along these lines, the opening and closing arguments of the attorneys are likewise not evidence. You must base your decision in this case on the evidence that was actually presented in this court, not on the statements of attorneys. Furthermore, the questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assume or suggest that it is true. Jury, judges of facts and law. You are the exclusive judges of the facts in this case. Also, you are the exclusive judges of the law under the direction of the court. You should apply the law to the facts in deciding the case. You should consider all of the evidence in light of your own observations and experiences in life. Presumption of innocence. The law presumes that the defendant is innocent of the charges against him. This presumption remains with the defendant throughout every stage of the trial and is not overcome unless all of the evidence in the case you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Burden of proof. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. And this burden never shifts but remains on the state throughout the trial of the case. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. The state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt all of the elements of the crime charged and that it was committed before the finding and returning of the indictment in this case. Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt engendered by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required. And this certainty is required as to every element necessary to constitute the offense. Crimes charged and plea. The first count of the indictment charges the offense of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Embraced and included within this offense is the lesser included offenses of facilitation to wit conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation to wit conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, accessory after the fact to wit conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The second count of the indictment charges the offense. The second count of the indictment charges the offense of first-degree murder. Embraced and included within this offense are the lesser included offenses of second-degree murder, facilitation to wit first-degree murder, solicitation to wit first-degree murder, facilitation to wit second-degree murder, solicitation to wit second-degree murder, aggravated assault, facilitation to wit aggravated assault, solicitation to wit aggravated assault, accessory after the fact to wit first-degree murder, assault. The court will now explain to you the law applicable to count 1 in this indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Any person who conspires to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant entered into an agreement with one or more people to commit the offense of first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the object of the agreement be attained, and that each of the parties to the conspiracy had the intent to commit the offense of first-degree murder, and that each party acting for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the commission of the offense of first-degree murder agreed that one or more of them would engage in conduct which constitutes the offense of first-degree murder, and that one of the parties to the conspiracy committed an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. An overt act is an act done by one of the parties to carry out the intent of the conspiracy, and it must be a step toward the execution of the conspiracy. Intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Conspiracy is a continuing course of conduct which terminates when the objectives of the conspiracy are completed or the agreement that they be completed is abandoned by the person and by those with whom the person conspired. The objectives of the conspiracy include, but are not limited to, escape from the offense, distribution of the proceeds of the offense, and measures other than silence for concealing the crime or obstructing justice in relation to it. Abandonment of a conspiracy is presumed if neither the person nor anyone with whom the person conspired does any overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy during the applicable period of limitation. If an individual abandons the agreement, the conspiracy is terminated as to that person only if and when the person advises those with whom the person conspired of the abandonment, or the person informs law enforcement authorities of the existence of a conspiracy and of the person's participation therein. Facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific felony of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense. And that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of first-degree murder, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder has been defined on pages 4 and 5 for you. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of a person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Solicitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Any person who solicits or attempts to solicit another to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of solicitation, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant, by means of oral, written, electronic communication, directly or through another intentionally commanded, requested, hired, another to commit the offense of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder with the intent that the offense of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder be committed. Intentionally, intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Accessory after the fact, to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of accessory after the fact is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant knew or had reasonable grounds to believe that Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith committed first-degree murder, a felony, and that the defendant acted with the intent to hinder the arrest, trial, conviction, or punishment of Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith, and that the defendant provided or aided in providing Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith with any means of avoiding arrest, trial, conviction, or punishment. Knowing means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. The court will now explain to you the law applicable to count 2 in the indictment. First-degree murder. A person who commits the offense of first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Adolph Thornton Jr., and that the defendant acted intentionally. A person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim, Adolph Thornton Jr., and that the killing was premeditated. A premeditated act is one done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Premeditation means that the intention to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. It is not necessary that the purpose to kill pre-exists in the mind of the accused for any definite period of time. The mental state of the accused at the time he allegedly decided to kill must be carefully considered in order to determine whether the accused was sufficiently free from excitement and passion as to be capable of premeditation. If the design to kill was formed with premeditation, it is immaterial that the accused may have been in a state of passion or excitement when the design was carried into effect. Furthermore, premeditation can be found if the decision to kill is first formed during the heat of passion, but the accused commits the act after the passion has subsided. Second-degree murder. Any person who commits second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Adolph Thornton Jr., and that the defendant acted knowingly. Knowingly means that a person acts with an awareness that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the death of the alleged victim. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Facilitation to wit, first-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit, first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific felony of first-degree murder, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or the results of the offense. And that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of first-degree murder, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. First-degree murder is previously defined on page 10. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Facilitation to wit, second-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit, second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific felony of second-degree murder, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense. And that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of second-degree murder. And that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Second-degree murder is previously defined on page 11. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Solicitation to wit, first-degree murder. Any person who solicits or attempts to solicit another to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of solicitation to wit, first-degree murder, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant, by means of oral, written, electronic communication, directly or through another, intentionally commanded, requested, hired another to commit the offense of first-degree murder with the intent that the offense of first-degree murder be committed. Intentionally, intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Solicitation to wit, second-degree murder. A person who solicits or attempts to solicit another to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of solicitation to wit, second-degree murder, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant, by means of oral, written, electronic communication, directly or through another, intentionally commanded, requested, hired another to commit the offense of second-degree murder with the intent that the offense of second-degree murder be committed. Intentionally, intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Aggravated assault. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. that the defendant intentionally or knowingly caused bodily injury to another, and that the act resulted in death of another. Bodily injury includes a cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, and physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Facilitation to wit, aggravated assault. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit, aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific offense of aggravated assault, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense, and that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of first-degree murder, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Aggravated assault has been previously defined on page 15. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause a result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Solicitation to wit, aggravated assault. Any person who solicits or attempts to solicit another to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of solicitation to wit, aggravated assault, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant, by means of oral, written, electronic communication, directly or through another, intentionally commanded, requested, hired another to commit the offense of aggravated assault with the intent that the offense of aggravated assault be committed. Intentionally, intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Accessory after the fact to wit, first-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of accessory after the fact is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knew or had reasonable grounds to believe that Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith committed first-degree murder, a felony, that the defendant acted with an intent to hinder the arrest, trial, conviction, or punishment of Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith, and that the defendant provided or aided in providing Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith with any means of avoiding arrest, trial, conviction, or punishment. Knowing means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Assault. Any person who commits an assault upon another is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant caused bodily injury to another, and that the defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious, objective, or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Recklessly means that a person acts recklessly with respect to the circumstances surrounding the conduct or the result of the conduct when the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the circumstances exist or the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all of the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The defendant has pleaded not guilty to each and every offense charged and included in the indictment. Direct and circumstantial evidence. One type of evidence is called direct evidence, and the other type is called circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is those parts of the testimony admitted in court which refer to what happened and was testified to by witnesses who saw or heard or otherwise sensed what happened firsthand. If witnesses testify about what they themselves saw or heard or otherwise sensed, they presented direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence is all the testimony and exhibits which gives you clues about what happens in an indirect way. It consists of all of the evidence which is not direct evidence. Do not assume that direct evidence is always better than circumstantial evidence. According to our laws, direct evidence is not necessarily better than circumstantial evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact if it is convincing enough. The defendant may be convicted on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. Criminal responsibility for conduct of another. The defendant is criminally responsible as a party to the offense of first-degree murder if the offense was committed by the defendant's own conduct, by the conduct of another for which the defendant is criminally responsible, or by both. Each party to the offense may be charged with the commission of the offense. The defendant is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense, the defendant solicits, directs, aids, or attempts to aid another person to commit the offense. To find the defendant criminally responsible for the act of another, it is not necessary that you find the defendant was present or that the defendant took a physical part in the crime. Encouragement of the principal offender is sufficient. However, mere presence during the commission of the offense is not sufficient to support a conviction. Before you find the defendant guilty of being criminally responsible for the said offense committed by the conduct of another, you must find that all the essential elements of said offense have been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Accomplice. The prosecution has presented a witness who claims to have been a participant with the defendant in the crime charged. While you may convict upon this testimony alone, you should act upon it with great caution. Give it careful examination in light of other evidence in the case. You are not to convict upon this testimony alone unless you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that it is true. credibility of witnesses. You are the exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to their testimony. You should consider all of the evidence presented in this case by the state and by the defendant and give it a full, fair, and impartial consideration. Part of your responsibility is to determine what the facts are based on what you heard from the witnesses. If there are conflicts in the testimony of different witnesses, it is your duty to reconcile them, if you can. For the law presumes that every witness has told the truth. But when you cannot reconcile the statements of different witnesses, then you must decide which witness or witnesses you believe and how important his or her testimony was. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In forming your opinion as to which witness you believe, you may consider the following factors: how the witness looked, acted, and whether the witness appeared to you to be telling the truth when he or she testified. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Whether the witness was in a position to know about the matter to which he or she testified. In other words, how well could the witness see or hear what he or she testified he or she saw or heard? Whether the witness's statements were consistent and how believable the statements were. Whether the witness had a motive to testify truthfully or to testify untruthfully. And any proof presented of the witness's reputation for telling the truth. All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all of the evidence in the case? Another factor for you to consider in evaluating a witness's testimony is whether the witness has made material statements at some point before he or she testified, which are different from his or her testimony at trial. However, unless entered as a numbered exhibit by the court and allowed to be taken by you back to the jury room when you deliberate, proof of any prior different statement may be considered by you only for the purpose of determining if the witness is telling the truth at trial. The contents of the prior inconsistent statement are not to be considered as proof in the trial. Another factor for you to consider in evaluating a witness's testimony is whether the witness's testimony during cross-examination appeared to be contradictory, unreasonable, and improbable. However, immaterial or minor discrepancies or differences should not affect the believability of a witness unless it should plainly appear that the witness has willfully testified falsely. Expert witness. During the trial, you heard the expert testimony of Dr. Juliet Scantleberry, who was described as an expert in the field of forensic pathology. You also heard the expert testimony of Lieutenant Michael Coburn, who was described as an expert in the field of crime scene analysis. The rules of evidence provide that if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might assist the jury in understanding the evidence or in determining a fact in issue, a witness qualified as an expert by reason of special knowledge, skill, or experience may testify and state their opinions concerning such matters and give reasons for their testimony. In giving her opinion, Dr. Scantleberry testified that she took into consideration certain statements made by other persons. Because the statements were made outside the courtroom, they may be used by you only for evaluating the expert witness's opinion testimony and cannot be relied upon as proof of the truth of the matter asserted in those statements. Merely because an expert witness has expressed an opinion does not mean, however, that you are bound to accept that opinion. The same as with any other witness. It is up to you to decide whether you believe the testimony and choose to rely upon it. Part of that decision will depend on your judgment about whether the witness's background or training and experience is sufficient for the witness to give the expert opinion that you heard. You must also decide whether the witness's opinions were based on sound reasons, judgment, and information. You are to give the testimony of an expert witness such weight and value as you think it deserves, along with all the other evidence in the case. Defendant not testifying. The defendant has not taken the stand to testify as a witness, but you shall place no significance on this fact. The defendant is presumed innocent, and the burden is on the state to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. He is not required to take the stand in his own behalf, and his election not to do so cannot be considered for any purpose against him, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. Stipulations. A stipulation is an agreement between the parties. The parties have stipulated in 3 situations that certain matters of fact are true. They are bound by these agreements, and in your considerations of the evidence, you are to treat these facts as proved. The parties have entered into 3 different stipulations. The first stipulation was entered as Exhibit 17. The parties have agreed that the phone number 901-859-1460 belonged to Hernandez Govan. The second stipulation was entered as Exhibit number 24. The parties have agreed that phone number 901-618-3848 belonged to Hernandez Govan. The third stipulation was entered as Collective Exhibit number 33. The parties have agreed to enter into evidence certain sound bites played and testified to by witnesses Angela Arnold, Cornelius Smith, and Detective Jesse Brown. Jury deliberation is unanimous verdict. The verdicts must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree thereto. Your verdicts must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view of reaching an agreement if you can do so without violence to individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effects of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. If you have been taking notes in this case, these notes are for your individual use only, and you should not use your notes directly or indirectly, explicitly or implicitly, to persuade other jurors as to the accuracy of your notes. They should not be shown to others, nor compared, nor referred to in any way as authority, but should be used privately only by you as an aid to your individual memory. These are my instructions to you. We are now ready for closing arguments.
I can take a break. Get her some tea and some honey, some ginger. She did the best she could. She said it was gonna be a long time read. I think that was like 30 minutes straight of reading. Closing arguments. If you're new to the channel, make sure you hit that subscribe so you can get notified every time. We're about to listen to the closing arguments. The stipulations that we had concern about, she read them all out. It seemed like they got everything aligned for what they want to do. First and second degree. First and second degree and soliciting aggravated assault. Go ahead, write that down. First and second degree murder and soliciting murder, and also soliciting aggravated assault. I think those are the
Good
ones.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So earlier this week, you heard me talk about choices. And I warned you, you would hear a lot of evidence, you would hear a lot of voices, you would see a lot of footage, hear a lot of names. But I also told you, if you'll remember, that the name that you needed to focus on and the name that you needed to remember is Hernandez Govan. But most importantly, I told you needed to focus on the consequences of his choices. Hernandez Govan and the consequences of his choices. And the consequences. What were those consequences? Violence, death, and loss. And not just the violent death of a famous music artist, but the violent death of a human being, a person, someone whose life was marked with artistry, community, entrepreneurship. So let's take one last look at how that life ended.
While they get that ready, this is the tactic. We usually see it's the last standing impression on the jury. So look at Govan, looking hurt, defeated, beat up. Life has dealt him a fatal blow. Life without parole. Now they about to lead this final look of what happened that day on the jury consciousness. This is part of the reason why I say I don't think the jury even gonna want to come back tomorrow. I think the jury is on the same page for Mr. Govan, y'all. Y'all can let me know in the chat how y'all feel, guilty, not guilty, mistrial. This is the closing arguments they about to review. Y'all know what they about to review. They want to make sure the jury remember this part. Forget the he say, she say.
A life, ladies and gentlemen. But before I get into how much we've heard this week and what exactly we've heard this week, let's talk about the law and let's talk about what the judge instructed you. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. That's the first count. In order for there to be a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, there has to be four things. There has to be an agreement with one or more people to commit the offense of first-degree murder. There has to be, or number two, each of the parties to the conspiracy had the intent to commit the first-degree murder. 3, each party acting for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the commission of the offense of the first-degree murder agreed that one or more of them would engage in the conduct which constitutes the first-degree murder. And 4, one of the parties to the conspiracy committed an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. The two important things about this charge is an agreement and an overt act. And in the jury instructions, you heard that an overt act is done by one or more of the parties in order to carry out the intent of the conspiracy. And it must be a step toward the execution of the conspiracy. In first-degree murder cases, often enough, the overt act is the murder. Count number 2, first-degree murder. A definition of first-degree murder is the premeditated killing of another. Number 1, someone unlawfully killed the victim. 2, they acted intentionally. And 3, the killing was premeditated. You heard in the jury instruction that in order for there to be intent, there has to be a conscious objective or a desire. You also heard about criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility, that basically means that you don't have to be the person that pulls the trigger in order to be responsible for the first-degree murder. The jury instructions say that criminal responsibility is when someone acts with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit from the proceeds or results of the offense. The defendant acts, solicits, directs, aids, or attempts to aid another person to commit the offense. Further, they don't have to be present when the offense is taking place. Encouragement of the offense is enough. So let's talk about what we heard this week. We heard first from Erica Thornton. She told you that she is the victim's sister. They were close. And the last time that she saw him was on FaceTime. The next thing she hears that her brother was taken from her. She told you about the person that she knew, the brother that she had, and the life that was lost. A life, ladies and gentlemen. We also heard from Raul Hopkins. He told you that he had been employed with Mr. Thornton for years as his security. He explained to you the tension between PRE and CMG. And he explained to you that CMG wanted Thornton to sign with them, but he didn't. And because of that, there's been tension. He talked about diss tracks. He talked about various acts of violence committed on Thornton. And he told you about CMG and their connections. Well, as you've heard from the testimony this week, Hernandez Govan is affiliated with CMG. He has connections within CMG. CMG was in direct conflict with Thornton and the life and the legacy that he built. Govan had an in with CMG. Govan had a direct conflict with the life and the legacy that Thornton built. And then you heard from Cornelius Smith. And that's where it got interesting. He told you that he met Govan in 2021 through a friend named Bobby Carter. The relationship started out as transactional. Cornelius Smith had a pill problem. Govan provided the pills. But then one day, Govan asks him if he wants to make some money. Smith told you that, of course, he has a drug problem. He has 5 kids. He needs money. So, of course, he wants to make money. And he tells you about several discussions between Govan, himself, Justin Johnson, and Jook. He tells you that at one of those meetings, Govan told him that there were multiple bounties on PRE artists, including Mr. Thornton, but also Paper Route Wu. He told you that on one night, he was given guns by Govan. He was given guns by Govan to attempt a hit on paper route wood. He told you that out of the multiple bounties on PRE artists, Thornton's was the highest. Thornton's was $100,000. So of course he jumped on the opportunity. And Smith told on himself. He told you everything. He told you chapter and verse, who was in the room and what was said. And if you're thinking about a conspiracy, who would you want to hear from the most? A co-conspirator. Someone that is in the room, someone who can tell you what happened, what was agreed to, what went on. So after he found out about what this bounty was, he talked about November. He talked about how him and Justin knew about a turkey drive that PRE hosts every November. He told you that there were a few days where they went hunting. They knew that there was going to be multiple days where the turkey drives were happening. On the 16th, him and Justin Johnson went out hunting. Wasn't successful. On the 17th, he told you that Justin picked him up from his father's house. He told you that when he picked him up from his father's house, Smith and Johnson went hunting again. And when they were at the intersection of Lamar and Airways, they saw Dolph's car drive past. Earlier this week, I told you that most Memphians know Adolph Thornton's car when they see it. And Cornelius Smith told you the same thing. They knew who it was when he drove past. So they followed the car. They followed the car all the way to Makita's, and at Makita's, they pulled around, parked the white Mercedes that they were in, got out, gunned down Adolph Thornton, and killed him. They got back in the white Mercedes, and they left, but not before Marcus Thornton shot Cornelius Smith. Smith also told you that they ditched the car. He told you that they ditched the car on Bradley Street, across the street from the defendant's home. He told you that once they left the car there, they went to Two-Lane Apartments. At Two-Lane Apartments, that's where they switched clothes. That's where they had their wound kits. And that's where Cornelius realized that he left his phone. He left his phone and he needed a ride. So he used his co-conspirator's phone, Justin Johnson, to contact his girlfriend to pick him up. And you heard that from Angela Arnold too. She told you that she got some communication from a phone number that she did not recognize. A phone number that was not her boyfriend's. It was not Cornelius's. He told her to pick her up, and she did. When she picked him up, he got inside the car. He told her that he had been hit. He told her what happened. And he told her that they killed Dolph. You also heard from Angela that he had previously told her that there was a hit on PRE artists, but she didn't believe him. But he told her. And he told her that there was a bounty. And when she picked him up that day, she learned that they had killed Dolph. They both testified that after they left the Two-Lane Apartments, they went to a gas station for Cornelius to buy some cigarettes. And after they left that gas station, they met up with Govan. They met up at the Pressure World. And at the Pressure World, Cornelius said that he got his phone back and he got out the car. Well, first he got out the car. Then he went and talked to Govan, who was already outside the car. And he got his phone back and got back inside of Angela Arnold's car. Angela Arnold also testified that the same thing happened. She's never been to Pressure World before. She's driven past, but on this particular day, she pulled in. Cornelius got outside the car. Govan was waiting for him, and they went to the back and they talked. She didn't hear anything, but she saw the defendant there. and she knew that Cornelius had to get his phone. But then Angela tells us, and she confirms what Cornelius already told him, that they had to get a car cover. She didn't know who the order came from, but she knew that they had to get a car cover. And Cornelius testified that he got the cash from Govan to get a car cover. So that's where they went. They got the car cover. But if you remember, Angela Arnold told us that there was some point where she dropped Cornelius off on Bradley Street for him to wipe down the car. She made a loop, she came back and she picked him up. Cornelius told you the same thing. He told you that he wiped down the car. One piece of information given by two different people saying the same thing. And then, if we're going back to what Cornelius told you, he told you that shortly before he was arrested, he ran into Hernandez Govan in the street. They parked their cars, they talked. Govan was worried that Smith didn't get any money. He told Smith, I'm gonna go to prison. I'm gonna make sure you get your money. Well, of course he wanted to make sure that Cornelius got his money because he had previously asked for a $10,000 cut. He wanted his money too. Angela Arnold told you the same thing. She told you that Cornelius told her about this meeting in the street. She told you that Govan told Cornelius that he was going to go get his money. Cornelius told you that on the day that he was arrested, he was buying cake and ice cream for his daughter on her birthday. He told you how he got arrested. And Angela Arnold told you the same thing. One story, two people who told you the same thing. And we also heard from Sergeant Dabney. He was the case officer. He testified that he and other officers found the white Mercedes in the back of 1174 Bradley, directly across the street from the defendant's home. He told you, or he described the description of the car. He went through slide by slide, picture by picture, and told you that this was the white Mercedes that was used in the homicide to kill Adolph Thornton Jr. And then we got to Sergeant Browning. He went back to August 13th. He told you about an attempted shooting or attempted murder on someone named Paper Route Wood. And remember, Cornelius already told you that Govan told him that there were multiple bounties on PRE artists, including Paper Route Wood, also known as Terrence Baker. On this date, 911 dispatch received multiple calls about shots being fired in the area of 3645 Allendale Road. This is the shooting that Cornelius was talking about. The shooting that happened because of the guns that Govan provided. And on this day, there were multiple calls from Hernandez Govan to Justin Johnson, another one of the conspirators. 12 calls or 12 communications between Hernandez Govan and Justin Johnson on the day of the Paper Route Woo shooting. 8 calls or 8 communications between Hernandez Govan and Cornelius Smith on the date of this Paper Route Woo shooting. 4 calls between Hernandez Govan and Anthony Mims, otherwise known as Big Joke, the number 2 person at CMG, on the day of the Paper Route Wu shooting. And then we get to November. We're going to talk about the conspirator communications. Defense will have you believe that there was no communication between Hernandez Govan and the rest of the conspirators. Sergeant Browning testified that on November 2nd, 2021, there were 7 communications between Justin Johnson and the number for Hernandez Govan. On November 3rd, 7 communications between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan. 20 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. On November 4th, 7 communications between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan. 2 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. On November 5th, 1 communication between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan. 4 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. And as we get closer to the murder, November 6th, 4 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. November 12th, 5 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. November 15th, 2 days before the homicide, 2 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. You heard it from defense that there was hardly any communication.
That's a lot of communication.
Hernandez Govan and
That's a lot of communication. Y'all think the jury thinking?
You see here
Guilty.
that there was communication. November 17th, the day of the homicide. On this day, 17 communications between Hernandez Govan and Cornelius Smith, the person he chose to do a job. On November 17th,
in one day.
the day of the homicide,
Let's go.
15 communications between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan, the person Govan chose to do this job. And 3 communications from another number of Hernandez Govan, ending in 1460.
They too smart for their own good. They done got lazy.
Another thing about these call records is that it confirmed a lot of what Cornelius Smith told us. Cornelius Smith told us that he left his phone in the car on the day of the homicide. Well, the call records show that there are no outgoing communications from 12:04 hours to 14:36 hours, which would coincide with Cornelius Smith not having access to his phone during that time because he left it in the white Mercedes. These are surveillance footage that we've previously seen. Cornelius Smith told you chapter and verse that it was him and Justin Johnson that did this. He told you they entered into an agreement. He told you that the reason they entered into the agreement was because of the $100,000 bounty. These records show that Cornelius didn't have his phone. He told you that he needed Justin Johnson's phone to contact Angela. And he said that he used Justin Johnson's phone, as indicated by the records. This shows that an outgoing communication from Justin Johnson's phone to Angela Arnold's phone, given the address of the 2-lane apartments. And then he told you that he needed to get his phone back. Well, whose phone did he use? There's an outgoing communication from Angela Arnold's phone saying, "This Sebra, send me bruh number so I can get my phone," to Justin Johnson. And then they asked for Quest's number. And shortly after these text messages were sent, Angela Arnold and Cornelius Smith met Govan at the Pressure World. They told you that they went to AutoZone for a car cover. Well, the phone extractions say the same thing. There was a receipt from around that time from AutoZone, or at least it looked like it was from AutoZone. Further, Cornelius told you that he wanted his money. He needed his money. And that communication with Juk wasn't really a thing. He would use Govan as the go-between person to contact Juk. But he still needed his money. So he found a way to message Juk, and he told Juk, "What's up, big bruh? I'm trying to get with you. I'm Govan's little homie you met before. I've been trying to let you hear my music if you don't mind giving me a call." Govan's homie. Govan's chosen person for the job. Ladies and gentlemen, we went from this person, this life, to this. You heard from Dr. Sandleberry. 20 gunshot entrance wounds to Adolph Horton's body. We went slide by slide, picture by picture, documenting the injuries that Adolph Thornton received on the day of the homicide. She told you about the manner of death, the cause of death. She went through his injuries, the remote bullets. She told you about the wound on his face. We went from this to this. The defense will try to tell you that the police officers didn't do a good job, that the investigation wasn't complete, but yet they put on an officer as their witness. It seems as if the investigation isn't good if it doesn't cater to Hernandez Govan. It seems as if the investigation isn't complete when it doesn't benefit the defense. You heard from Sergeant Browning that this was a two-part investigation, and that he started to get involved when Angela Arnold talked to officers about Hernandez Govan's involvement. Her interview was December 17, 2021, a month after the murder. It was a month in before they even realized that Hernandez Govan was involved. You also heard that Justin had access to Juk, and that Justin was communicating with other people when he was doing his own thing. But that doesn't take away from this conspiracy. That doesn't mean that this didn't happen. That doesn't mean that Govan is not involved. Govan already had Juk's contact information. He already had Justin Johnson's contact information. He already had Cornelius Smith's contact information. And if you look at the text messages that the defense entered into evidence, you see that there is communication with people that Hernandez Govan also communicates with, like Joshua Taylor. Defense will also tell you that the investigation wasn't complete because there were other people involved that weren't charged. Well, we heard from Sergeant Browning that this investigation is ongoing. By definition, a conspiracy is an ongoing crime that is continuous in nature. And sometimes you just don't have all you need to charge people. Sometimes people die. You can't indict people that aren't here anymore. And if all that isn't enough, you heard from someone that was in the room when it happened. You heard Cornelius Smith. You saw the videos. You heard the testimony of Angela Arnold and Sergeant Browning that support what he's telling you. Defense introduced a video of Cornelius Smith on December 9th, 2021, the day that he got arrested. He told you himself he was a pillhead. He was high. And you saw that in the video. Even Angela Arnold told you that the day that he got arrested, when she was with him, he had taken some pain medication. And ladies and gentlemen, remember the call records. These communications don't lie. They coincided with dates of importance. The week of the turkey drive, August 13th, the shooting on Paper Route Woo. They don't lie, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get into the law one more time. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant entered into an agreement. What is the agreement? What is the agreement? The agreement is if you kill Dolph, you get $100,000. You need one or more people to be a participant in that agreement. You heard from one of them, Cornelius Smith. We know there's Justin Johnson, and there's Hernandez Govan. There is an agreement. And what also do you need? You need an overt act. Earlier I told you that an overt act in the murder case is often the murder. Well, you saw videos of that. You heard the defendant, you heard the shooter, Cornelius Smith, testify that he killed Adolph Thornton Jr. For first-degree murder, it has to be a premeditated killing of another. When we talk about premeditation, we know that there's no timeline on premeditation. It could be months, it could be weeks, it could be days, it could be a few minutes. All you have to do is have time to reflect. All you have to do is have time to think about what you're doing. Well, they had plenty of time. Cornelius said that they talked about this well before this murder. And we saw that the hit on Paper Route Woo was on August 13th. There was plenty of time to think and reflect about this murder. And as you saw from the video, it happened. For criminal responsibility, all you have to do is you have to have an act with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or the results of the offense. Smith told you Govan wanted his cut. He wanted $10,000 from Justin Johnson's cut and from Cornelius Smith's cut. That sounds like proceeds. Further, you don't have to be there when the trigger is pulled. You saw the video, you know that Hernandez Govan wasn't there, but that doesn't mean that he is not responsible for ending this life. Ladies and gentlemen, the state's burden is reasonable doubt. You heard in the jury instructions that reasonable doubt means moral certainty. You have to be certain for every element of the offense. That's my job. Certainty means that you can sleep easy at night knowing the decision that you made. It's not beyond a shadow of a doubt, It's not 100% certainty. It's not beyond all doubt. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the standard. Once you've looked and reviewed all the evidence, all the photos, all the videos and testimony that you've heard this week, it is the state's position that we have fulfilled our burden. We ask that you, the jury, make a choice. We ask that you make a choice to hold the defendant, Hernandez Govan, responsible for his actions. We ask that you find him guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
We take a break, Your Honor, just let me get set up.
How long?
5 minutes, I just have to switch the software on and have the deputy switch my coding.
Let's stand in the brief 5-minute break.
Court stands in recess, 5 minutes.
No, it's gonna be right there.
There we go. Okay. So my takeaway is pretty much like this, y'all. He cooked. However you want to spin it, they got overwhelming evidence. They got witness testimony. Key witness testimony, the key witness being the trigger man involved in the situation. Now, what do we know that we didn't know? The charges. The charges being first and second degree murder, soliciting murder, aggravated assault, and soliciting aggravated assault. Now, we just heard from the state, the closing arguments is only one thing left to do. We just heard the judge lose her whole voice, giving jury instructions only 3 days into the trial. It's only one thing left to do. The defense give their closing arguments, and the jury go back there and do what juries do, and that's agree on a decision. What do y'all think? Will the jury agree? Did the state give a good enough foundation laid on the table to convince 12 people that Hernandez Govan is guilty? The last thing she said is that she asked the jury, did they come back with a guilty verdict? We're on a 5-minute break. I already put my prediction in. I predict. Ooh. It is, you know what? I was going to go with same day verdict, but now that I'm looking at the time, it's 4:50 on the East Coast, which means it's 3:50 in Memphis. I don't think the jury needs an extra day, but being that it's only about an hour and a half left out of the the court's day, rarely the judge can ask the jury if they want to stay. Then it's gonna let us know what we need to know. If the jury stay behind today a little bit longer, then we know guilty. If they need an extra day, y'all know what that means. Hernandez Govan go home for one more night, and he will have another chance to appear in court tomorrow, and we'll just be on verdict watch. Andrea said, I second that motion. He gonna be convicted for sure. Absolutely. Feel free to hop down in the chat, tap in. Let the people know how you feel, man. It is what it is. I see you got people on both sides. You got people who saying free that man, he innocent. But it's looking as though he is definitely guilty. Soliciting aggravated assault, first and second degree murder charges. His lawyer is about to get a chance to give his closing statements, closing arguments. He asked for 5 minutes. Give him all the time he needs, right? I don't think it's nothing that he can cook up in these last seconds, minutes to hours that's left of the day that's going to convince anybody that Govan had nothing to do. And I mean nothing. Because if it's something, even if he convicted with one charge, I already did the math, y'all. If he get the first degree, that's life without. If he get the second degree, that's life without. If he get accused of if he get found guilty of the aggravated assault, it's not life, but if they add all of the time over added up, run it consecutive, he's never coming home. Let's just be honest. So this is what I was gonna already do. I'm gonna give y'all a chance since Govan decided not to speak. We already know. But here's the thing I want to express to y'all, especially if you my people, my peoples, right? Why is it we feel like the social media is not the police when we know the police use social media as a tool? Why did Govan go and do an interview previous to being in front of the judge on trial? It came up in court and the judge was like, y'all don't remember? I got the content. Don't you ever think you can do an interview and think that law is not serious, young man. No more interviews. Let's go into that interview real quick while we wait. I got it. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button.
Saying allegedly for entertainment purpose, but you know what's real. Oh my! What it do, my guy? Hey, introduce who you is, my guy.
Yeah, as much as I'm starting on YouTube, you think I need an introduction?
Hey, Hey, you gotta let the people know that.
Don't know, man. I'm quit, man. From Orange Mound, Tennessee, man.
Hey,
what you need me to get this camera together or something?
Hey, get it together, man. You already know. All right, so Orange Mound quick.
What to do?
All right. How you come up in Memphis, man?
Come up hard, man. Gotta come up hard in Orange Mound.
Come up hard.
Come up hard.
Like, what you mean come up hard? Like, what you mean?
Dog eat dog environment, bro. It's just, you know what I'm saying? It was just rough coming up where I came up at. You know what going on?
You can't make this up. There you go, right there. Doing the interview. Let's go.
On the Orange Mound.
I already know. The Mound real. The Mound really been real in line since back in the day.
So for me to survive that tell you something.
Exactly. So who is Hernandez Govan and who is Quit? Like, what's up with this? Like,
it ain't no alter ego or no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? To be honest, be real with you, Hernandez, that's a name that I hated. I think my mama was a little tipsy when she had me, but that's another story. But you know, my grandmama, she wanted to name me Quit, so that's what we roll with.
All right, let's get to the meat and potatoes. Your current situation, have it changed your life in any type of way?
Bro, you know the environment I come from, bro. You know, this shit ain't nothing new. You know what I'm saying? You know, but from a legal standpoint or perspective, you know, it changed. You know what I'm saying? Certain stipulations to how I can move around and, you know, shit like that. But other than that, you know, it's shit second nature, bro.
Your daughter, bro. RIP to your daughter, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I seen your daughter, like, she was with Lil Uzi Vert, right? Like, she was signed with Lil Uzi Vert, right?
Nah, she wasn't, you know, she wasn't technically signed to him. You know what I'm saying?
You made that happen because you was in the game, right? Like, you really made that happen.
Fair use.
Nah. See, a lot of people think that because of, you know, my relationships and shit with Flip and, you know, certain other people or whatever, that I made it happen, but I ain't gonna take credit for something I ain't do. My daughter made that happen on her own, you know what I'm saying? My daughter was a hustler, man, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, her drive was strong as a motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, she was promoting her own music, you know what I'm saying, getting herself out there, and Uzi, you know, caught on and reached out to her and kind of took her up under his wing, and he did a lot for her, put her in some great positions. Uzi a good dude, he a real one for sure, but she wasn't signed to Uzi. She actually was in talks with Kodak Black.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
She was in talks with Kodak Black.
That's a lot of Cass Desto, who you can see in the artwork on the screen. He lost his daughter in the midst of all this going on. And in the interview, he will talk a little bit about that. This is the Young Dolph trial, day 3, and we are awaiting closing arguments from Govan lawyer. But while we do that, why not look at to the interview that he decided to give up while his trial awaited?
Yeah, you know, when my daughter passed, you know, he posted some screenshots of their DMs and, you know, them going back and forth talking about the contract. He actually had just bought her a car, which she didn't even know. Shout out to Kodak. And you know, but he put all that on the gram, you know, when she passed and shit, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, he had some great intentions. Unfortunately, she didn't, you know, she didn't get to live to see that, but, you know, it is what it is.
I seen Lil Uzi Lil Flip doing and Rolls-Royce trucks at your daughter funeral. Like, you and Lil Flip was tight. Y'all were locked in.
Yeah. That's my little brother. You know what I'm saying? You know, if you know, you know what I'm saying? That's little bro, you know what I'm saying? You know, he came down, you know what I'm saying, for support, the funeral, you know, him and Uzi went together, you know what I'm saying? But
All right, let's get back to it. Closing arguments. I still got that interview on the top. Believe me, it's interesting, but let's get to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your time this past week. You've been stuck in a hotel room with no TV, no internet, just to make sure that your mind doesn't get jaded with regards to anything you see on the press. We talked about first appearances. I also talked to you about the fragility of the criminal justice system, and I hope you can see the line now. I don't know anything about the 16 of you, which 12 are going to be the actual jurors. Mr. Govan doesn't know. I don't know if you have kids, if you're rich, if you're poor, if you live in Orange Mountain, if you live in a nice part of Nashville, Memphis. You see that I'm from Atlanta. But all I have is trust in you because you said that you are peers to Mr. Govan. Mr. Govan, stand up. Come sit at the table and let them see you. It's time you're not marginalized anymore. Sit there while I talk. The fragility of the system is solely based on you. I don't know in what world the prosecution is living in this case, because unless they were watching something in the multiverse where other witnesses were saying perfect things, I don't know why we're here. You all should be embarrassed as a community that your district attorney thinks this evidence is sufficient to take a man's life for first-degree murder. You should be embarrassed that this is the person you voted for that brings this type of case. Just embarrassed. Many of you said you had a problem with the criminal justice system because too many people go free or they get bond. What they don't tell you, what the government doesn't tell you, and the press doesn't cover, is this is what happens when you don't have an advocate that knows what the hell they're doing, checks all the records, fights for you, and shows you that he didn't do it. That's just another black man that is of no value from Orange Mountain, that's poor, that has never had a voice in his life. I'm fixing that. My team is fixing that. He is indigent, he is poor, and he deserves.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. This is crazy, crazy, crazy work.
Better than he's gotten in this case. Sergeant Browning, who's the biggest liar that I'm going to go through with you, says we can't kidnap people and bring them in for questioning. What did Angela Arnold tell you? They threatened to have me arrested, being involved in this case if I didn't talk to them. We went to the airport and we figured he was going to assert his rights, so okay. What about the second guy, Mr. Sears? His lawyer said he wasn't in town. When you talk about accessories and all this other stuff that the judge has told you about, how about the people that helped hide them? How about the people that helped give him new clothes? How about the people that gave him medical treatment, assuming they were even shot? Because you know what? I don't even know if he was shot, and I don't even know for a fact if that was the Mercedes used in the murder. Because why? There was no blood in the Mercedes. Had there been any blood, to back up what Cornelius was saying, they would have plastered it front and center to you. Their own lieutenant from crime scene that they did not call tells you no one wiped that car with bleach because luminol or the other star thing, whatever it was, would show that. And if somebody said I poured bleach on a towel and I wiped that car down, they would be lying. I don't know what world we live in. None of you would buy a pack of gum based on the word of Cornelius Smith. You wouldn't do it because he's a lying piece of so-and-so that will do anything. Lie to his pretend grandmother, his family, his girlfriend, anybody. And I'm going to prove it to you as we're going to go through a few more slides. And Detective Browning may even be worse because that's just pure evil, trying to put people in prison based on shaded evidence. Dabney told you the truth, that we didn't do all this other stuff that we should have done. We didn't get around to it, was his quote. He wasn't happy about it, but he told me the truth. The other guy couldn't answer a yes-no question. It was always dodge and deflect, which is what they're taught to do as part of their training when they go and come and testify. These are the people that are policing your streets. You should be ashamed. The only crime that's being committed here today is in this courtroom. It's been committed for the last 3 days. This poor man will never get his life back because of what's happened. He's been threatened because they all think he's involved in the young Dolph murder, and everybody loves Dolph. Dolph has been threatened for years. He moved away from Memphis 5 years ago. He had 3 old bullets in his body from other times he'd been shot at by people, being in Charlotte, being in Los Angeles. Everybody knew there was a price on his head. There is no plan. There is no plan. I tell you why. Because if I made a plan and I go back to my house across the street with a murder car, are you freaking kidding me? And then they go ahead and call around to see where can we go to get changed. We got across the street from the guy that planned the murder. We don't go to his house to change clothes, but we ride around town until somebody picks up the phone, as you see from the records, and we go to 2-lane while we're bleeding and doing everything else. Have you seen a single photo of Angel Arnold's car, the Mercedes, or anything that had a drop of blood in it? As if they said, Cornelius is a pathological liar. I don't even know if he got shot on that day, because you have to ask yourself, there is a bullet lodged in his shoulder, as he told you. For a freaking month, he didn't get infected. He didn't have a problem. He just put some bandages on it and it was okay. Please, for the love of God, this is insane that I even have to talk to you about this. If this is what is sufficient evidence for first-degree murder, we're all in trouble because you're going to be next. Assault, all these charges they gave you, there's 15 different ways they're trying to convict this guy. I didn't assault anybody. He didn't assault anybody. He didn't aggravated assault anybody. He didn't solicit anybody. He didn't facilitate anybody. He didn't act at whatever age anybody. It didn't happen. All the text messages, all the phones, everything that showed you. Have you seen one single message from Justin Johnson or Cornelius Smith that says, hey, bro, let's go shoot somebody? I gave you tons of messages over their objection where Justin Johnson is talking to other people, talking about killing people. They weren't discreet about it. Where is a single message to Govan from any of these people over the course of 4 months that says, we're going to do this? Can we get your permission? We're going to give you $10,000 or $38,000 or $50,000 or $100,000 or $1.5 million. You think if they would have had it, they wouldn't have shown it to you? They know the truth is the text messages are only about music because he's friends with Justin. I'm sorry, Justin's not a nice guy. They all live in the same neighborhood. They've all known each other. Just because you have, quote, communication doesn't mean you're in a conspiracy to kill someone. Cornelius. Let's go over the slides. This will speak for itself, and I'll let you think about it because I've hammered the point about didn't prove it. I don't need you to say he didn't do it if you don't want to, but they absolutely, for God's sakes, didn't prove it. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so excuse me. So you see this, what the government says? Angel Arnold's phone? Absolutely. This is Star Defense Exhibit number 1. This C bruh, assuming C is Cornelius. Send me bruh number so I can get my phone, right? He needs to get his phone. Next slide. Quez's number. Guess what he told you is the one honest thing he said. His brother's freaking name is Marquez Smith. They call him Quez. His brother is the one that got the phone at best. You know why? Because they had TBI Garner up here. They asked him to do location data analysis on the phone, right? You guys remember all that? And they did it solely for Cornelius' phone and they did it for Justin's phone. But yet they didn't show you any location analysis. All they have to do is say, it's in that general area, this is where the tower is pinging. Because calls are being made. Where was this call from? Where was his brother Quest? They just BS you constantly, and here I am fighting for this man's life. He is your peer. You need to be here protecting him from this. This is the crime. Next slide, please. So I'll just go over a few things on Cornelius Smith. I think that was pretty obvious from his statement. Go ahead, Robert. I think all this is obvious. You got a sociopath on your hands that's out there on his daughter's birthday. Is he intoxicated? Is he not intoxicated? Just ask the prosecutor to tell you a straight answer, honestly. Do you even think the prosecution would take advice from Cornelius Smith on anything? But it's good enough for this poor man's life. My dad used to tell me, you know how somebody's honest? Would you loan them money? Raise your hands if you're going to loan Cornelius money. Because that's the crux of the whole case. And a bunch of BS cell phone records that don't tell you anything. Because they didn't do the location analysis. They can't give you a single text message that says we agree to do anything. And we know it was at least 4 months between the so-called meeting between multiple shootings that Cornelius did and when Justin went out. Next. And if you're not biblical, I'm sorry, but growing up that way, it's just used to be told the truth never changes. You don't need to remember it. You don't need to practice. While we're meeting with prosecutors and lawyers now report, I don't want a deal. I'm just here out of the goodness of my heart. I'm going to get a mandatory life sentence. Insane. Next. We also showed you the letters from Cornelius that he sent to his sister saying, I've got that lawyer that you're paid for. It's this guy's lawyer, and that guy cooperated against somebody else and walked from a murder. That's what you have in black and white in Cornelius' own handwriting. And that is what all of you said when I said, what would you do to avoid a life sentence? You guys said, probably anything. All right. We know this to be true. Next. And we know all this to be true.
You just saying this and that. He ain't saying nothing. Like I guess we're supposed to look at the screen.
It just didn't happen. His story just didn't happen. And both he and Angela said it. Because, remember, he had talked to his family to go see Angela between the 14th of December, her first statement, when she didn't know nothing about nothing, and the 17th of December, when she's decided. And note how they have to prompt her to ask, could it be somebody with the name Q? And note, they had to ask her, didn't he forget something? Didn't he tell you something that he might have forgotten or something that he needed? They had to prompt her. This is 30 days after that. You don't have to remember the truth. This was the biggest day in somebody's life, you would think. I just killed Dolph. I'm running around, and she can't remember who the guy was that picked up the stuff at pressure room. Oh, shocker. There's a few cameras at pressure room. They had the absurdity to tell you, well, do you know how long the camera might be working or how long it records? You know how to find that out? Maybe go there and ask them. We've had Ring cameras and other things like that for a decade. It always goes to the cloud, and most likely it's going to be preserved for a year or so, which is what most businesses would do, especially in a dangerous part of town. And guess what? You have those crazy MPD cameras everywhere. If you drive home, you'll see them. It's got the little blue thing coming out of it. I've showed you some of those from right around the area. Nobody checked any of them. You don't have to take my word for any of it, because everything I'm going to tell you is going to be backed up by independent evidence. You don't have to trust me for anything. You don't know me. But I want independent proof before I get in bed with a murderer with a machine gun that shot a guy 20 times in broad daylight, and thank God he didn't kill anybody else that could be shot. And this is who they're in bed with. Next. All right. Sorry, I just have to calm myself down. The other things with the shenanigans, as they try to tell you, is when the officer accidentally said, I don't even know if it was Justin something. I think he said that. But he said, AKA Dolph, I'm sorry, not Dolph, Grubb, in that. And Mr. Cornelius says, yeah, I met him through miscellaneous in a moment of weakness. And you know, when I asked about it, you smiled. You have murdered somebody. And we're up here chuckling. The government's chuckling with him. And he's laughing at me, making smirky faces, and says, I saw you on TV. That's the behavior you want from a guy that took a machine gun and murdered people. In fact, his definition is, I didn't shoot that many people because sometimes we didn't get the shots off or the gun yet. And you're going to make a deal, not a single text message anywhere, take my word for it. And oh, by the way, I think he's a federal snitch, but I don't know if I believe that or not because he's never snitched on me. All right, next. And then he also tells Uncle Ron, maybe we should have gone and talked to him, whoever Uncle Ron is, but I'm not a policeman, and I'm not trying to put anybody in prison. That there was a bug on him, that he's a snitch, and so you're going to have to plan a big old murder. Next slide. So we know he paid for his lawyer, and we know that was a team issue, and you know the absurdity of the prosecutor in their last statement. They're going to get to go up again and call me every kind of name in the book, which is fine. I can handle it. I will take those arrows for this man that I've grown to care about over the last year and a half because he didn't do it. They had the audacity to tell you we can't indict somebody that's dead. Shook died 2.5 years after all this happened. Remember, Justin Johnson was indicted in December of 2021, about a month after this happened. Cornelius was indicted in January of 2022, about a month and a half after this happened. There is no investigation done in 2023 or essentially 2024. It was done. They indicted and gotten who they wanted. So at some point you gotta ask yourself, what happened here? And I have no idea. It's not my burden to prove their screw-ups. If you believe Cornelius, he says Jook is the one that set it all up. His girlfriend said that. Then they backtrack and say, well, he was there and he set it up, he didn't go there. None of it happened. Keep going. And with Miss Arnold, I don't know how you date a murderer that's been domestic violence me, stolen from me, done this. I don't know what her issues are, I fault her or not. She's just doing what the man's telling her to do. They've had visits, they've talked about it, and her story is still iffy as far as that goes. And God bless her. I hope none of you would be with a essentially soon to be convicted murderer for 4 years after all this happened. Right, next. And the interesting thing there was, we keep talking about the car on Bradley. Bobby Carter also lives on Bradley. And Bobby Carter was involved in the shootings with Mr. Cornelius. And in fact, Angela says Bobby was involved in the Dolph shooting as well. Next. All right, we already know this as far as the jail calls and the family coming to see her. Next. And we also know about the varying amounts of money this whole thing was worth. So now we get to the meat and potatoes of a few things I want you to consider. Remember, the two pillars to this case is you got to believe Cornelius Smith. And the judges told you over and over again, you have to have that agreement. You got to believe it's out there, otherwise nothing. They've come up with 15 different methods from murder to second degree to 30. I don't care if it's 47th degree murder. None of this stuff happened. There's no assault. There's no solicitation. There's nothing. So let's talk about the detectives. Next slide, please. All right, so the Detective Browning, the all-powerful Detective Browning, told you that Govan last talked. Oh, I'm sorry, I got my slides mixed up. We know Dabney, who actually I respect and had a nice talk with. He said they didn't do it straight up. Didn't try to sugarcoat it. We just didn't do it. Didn't go to pressure wall to confirm anything this man was saying. Tells you straight up, we didn't go to AutoZone. Tells you straight up, there was no relevant evidence of AutoZone. So this mystical receipt that's all crumbling, you can't tell what it is. That's supposed to be some kind of evidence now. And they didn't get around to investigating Joe, who was on Team Cornelius or whatever you want to call it. At least he was honest enough to tell you that. Next. So these are the slides you saw yesterday with Detective Browning. And this is where the evil of it all comes in. He did these call detail records for you. And this slide cuts off at 11:16 at 3:01:17. Right? They stopped it right there. I've highlighted for you. That was the slide. You might wonder, Manny, what's the big deal about that? It's just some phone call to somebody, no biggie, right? Yeah, he's talking to Cornelius here, no problem. But guess what? If they would have given you the full story on the slides where they try and bias you, next slide, you see, on the same 11/16 at 5:37:15, this is Jook's number, and he spent a 6-minute phone call. It's not on the slide. I had to pull that off the call data record that you're gonna have a thumb drive. You will never find it or see it because there's thousands of pages of call information out there. But you see, this thing stops up there at 3 o'clock. They don't tell you this part. But Justin Johnson talked to Jook before the murder and also sent him a turkey emoji. If you are a law enforcement officer, your job is to investigate and the facts go where they may. You don't have a job to convict people. That is why I respect Dabney. He made a mistake, he owned it. Browning is a liar, pathological liar through and through. Next slide. So I take this where Browning also told you that they last talked to Govan on November 5th. You remember an opening statement that told you Justin Johnson had not talked to Govan for at least 2 weeks prior to the murder. No communication whatsoever. But they try to tell you that, oh yeah, on November 5th, he must have talked to Govan. And then Cornelius last talked to Govan on November 15th. Just remember those. It was very specific that they argued. So let's go to the next slide. So what you'll see is on November 5th of 2021, this is Govan's number. Hernandez Govan. He's getting a call from Justin Johnson. You see this? This is the communication they had on November 5th. How many seconds is that phone call? Let me break it down to you. Zeros. It never went through. There was no phone call for at least 2 weeks. No text messages. Nothing. And this is the guy I'm supposed to be planning a murder with the most famous person in Memphis. Are you kidding me right now? All right, next slide. So there's an old movie that said the tail wagging the dog. You've got Cornelius telling him what they want to say as he tells you he likes to do. And everything they're trying to do is back up what Cornelius says. There is no explanation why they didn't go talk to Joe or bring him down for questioning. There's none. There's none. All right, next slide. So just go through here. That's 10, 12 phones out there. Go through all of them. Find me a text message where a single human being tells Hernandez Govan, we need to do something. That's evil, that's violent, that's criminal. Browning told you he just came up with these slides just a day or two before all this happened, because this is 4 years after the fact. And I'm seeing the slides for the first time. And the slides are complete BS because they keep misleading you about stuff. And so if the incriminating text existed, they would have showed them to you. They've cut off records in half so you can't see the rest of the story. Go to the next slide. We know he agreed with me that these text messages, there's thousands of them with Justin Johnson. It's about music because Justin was in videos and all that stuff, and Govan was there. He was a colleague, a friend, whatever you want to call it. That doesn't make you a murder criminal. And we know he talked to Cornelius about pills. 14 communications is what they call it. What they don't tell you is how many of those 14 actually went through. What were the phone call codes? Remember, 11 is important because that goes to voicemail, or it could be two-way, or the call goes through properly. Is it a text message? I don't know. Last night I'm talking to my daughter just about her boyfriend. Between okay, yeah, no problem. I had 16 communications with my daughter in a span of like 3.5 minutes. It doesn't mean anything, and you can't presume you know what the communications are about if, in fact, for the love of God, they even went through. I've already shown you one bald-faced lie about the government right there. There was no call on November 5th. Keep going. So we have the turkey emoji, we have the 6-minute phone call, and you know this secretive plan, PRE, as his bodyguard told you, this is social media. They do this every year. This is what they do. Remember, he's a man of the community. They put it out there. Everybody knows they're doing turkey emojis every year. Most of you probably know about this. Next. All right, skip this. Let's go to the next one. And then we have this. It's not anything I could get voluntarily out of that man. We had to press and press and press to show that Justin Johnson already knew Joe. Didn't need our guy to do any of it. That is why you will never see a single text message of any incriminating nature. Because I can promise you, had it said anything, a comma out of place, they would have it plastered up here on the board saying, see, we got him, we got him. Next. All right, so Garner, he said, MPD asked me to do what? Location analysis on a couple of phones, Justin's and Cornelius's. All you have to do is plug in a number on a computer. We could have done it. Hey, it's also pinging off pressure levels. Maybe more believable. Even if you choose not to go there, you can just ping it. You don't need the actual phone if you've gotten rid of it, because you can just order the CDRs from the phone company, as he told you. He did cell phone tower analysis for a very short amount of time, and then it just stops. Is this kind of investigation in Memphis we call sufficient to put somebody in prison for life? And none of the other phones were done. Where was Chuck? Hell, where was anybody else in this case? Right? All right, we've got this, so covered that. Go next. We covered the AutoZone thing. I just respectfully ask, if the audacity to put a complete receipt in front of you that you can't read and just say, Detective Brown, I just know this now. It is not mentioned in any police report anywhere. As I asked him, he couldn't answer the question. But now suddenly it shows up in the phone. We know Dabney knew this was garbage because they talked about the auto part from earlier. You can't put a date, time, place on it. It's all what they call red herrings to mislead you. Think there's something nefarious out there and just use your imagination to convict people. You would never let this happen if it was somebody you cared about when you saw this. Some of you might be supervisors. If this half-assed work is what they brought to your desk, you would fire that person immediately. And don't say you wouldn't, because you would, because it makes you look bad. This whole county is a freaking embarrassment with regards to this trial, and the whole world is watching, and this is what we've got. All right, next. And then the last thing is you got to ask, if I set up the plan, I don't know if I'm having the murder car come to my house. And if I am having the murder car come to my house, why don't people just come inside and change clothes there instead of riding around all over town trying to find a place to go change? And again, I know you may think I'm crazy, but there's no blood in that car. Was this even the right Mercedes as far as that goes that they got? You remember Treon Ingram and another gentleman had stolen that Mercedes a while earlier. Treon Ingram didn't come and testify because Treon Ingram picked up another murder right after that. Where did the blood go? Cornelius told you point blank, no ifs, ands, or buts, and girlfriend. I took bleach and I wiped it down. And the lieutenant from CSI with 28 years of experience says that just didn't happen. Where's Angela's car? Remember, she said he was bleeding all over. Where's the evidence of any of that? All right, next. So all I do is cross my hands and beg you guys, he is your peer. There is no evidence here. You would never accept what's happened in this courtroom in your own personal lives to make any decision of any kind. And he deserves that same respect. There is nothing here. They're going to get to come back up again. Remember, we talked about first impressions. You need to use your minds, your eyes, your ears, and your noses and call the sniff test BS on this whole thing that they're about to give you yet again. There's nothing here. There's no solicitation, there's no facilitation, there's no assault, there's no murder, there's not a text message, there's not a phone call worth a damn, and they aren't telling you the story. Make them tell you, why didn't we investigate Joe? Make them tell you, why didn't we investigate all the people that helped these folks escape? And if you want to talk about conspiracy, how did he conspire or solicit Justin Johnson? Have you heard anything about that? Who's Jamarcus Johnson? Have you heard a single word out there? They're all together in a conspiracy. All you have is Cornelius' word. He's the linchpin in this whole case, and none of us would trust him. And we sure as hell wouldn't want him much. And then we have phone records that actually excellent. But if you make it all nefarious and have a sleazy detective get up there and talk about it. Sounds pretty good. He didn't do it, but you don't have to take my word for it. They didn't prove it. If this case gets a conviction, then I just need to stop being a lawyer because the system is shot to hell. Thank you.
Man, this is crazy work.
Are you kidding me right now?
Are you? Oh my God.
Spencer just called the whole city of Memphis.
Oh my, she cooking, y'all. He said, "Are you kidding?" Oh my God, this is about to go viral. He did just call a whole county idiots. This man just called the she. Oh my God. Chat. Chat. She about to cook. Let's go. It's about to get ugly. Let's go.
Memphis stupid and dumb. Everybody from the DA to the police officers to the prosecutors, he called y'all dumb. Called everybody, all one of them dumb.
He did that.
Are you kidding me right now? This case is not about the prosecutor. This case is not about Juke. This case is not about Justin. This case is not about Cornelius. This case is about Hernandez Govan. He is the person on trial, not the city of Memphis, not the DA, not the prosecutors, not you, Hernandez Govan. That's who we are here about today. That's what this proof has been about. Embarrassed. Who should be embarrassed? Hernandez Govan. He is the person that made the choice to get engaged in this conspiracy. He made that choice. We've talked about choices. There are a few things in life that we can control, and our choices are one of them. What choices did Hernandez Govan make? You've heard that over the last few days of the choices that he's made. His choices led us here today. All right, police, they say they didn't do a good job. Convenient story. Something, novel. Because they didn't arrest everybody has to be arrested for them to do a good job. There was a twofold investigation. Sergeant Browning and Sergeant Dabney both told you that. It's very convenient that that part was left out of the defense's argument. There's a twofold investigation. Homicide and MGU. Those are two different entities within the Memphis Police Department. There was an ongoing investigation. And as Ms. Williams mentioned in her closing statements, this is a conspiracy. It's ongoing. To let you know that they were still investigating, look at the call records. Look at when those call records were received. Now, defense will have you believe that, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of call records. There are. But guess what? You'll have access to all of that, and they're on a flash drive. You can search. You can put in the numbers that were given to you. When things happen, what happened with those calls? They're there for you. There's no hiding. There's no putting them aside. They're there for you to look at. So I wanted to clear up that misstatement. The focus at the time of the incident, November 17, 2021, was on a homicide. It was not on who went to AutoZone or who went to Pressure World. The focus was on a homicide. A person was dead.
the defense never mentioned that we are talking about a dead person. Dead. It's everybody's issue and fault but Hernandez Govan. The police didn't kill Adolph Thornton. Cornelius and Justin killed Adolph Thornton. But who put them together? Hernandez Govan. Look at the PowerPoint presentation that Sergeant Browning provided. It has communications that contact log was put in there for Juk and Justin on the same day, about July 27th, around that time. They looked like they exchanged numbers. And if they knew each other before then, they wouldn't have had to exchange numbers. They would have already had each other's numbers. Look at that. Look at the call detail records of Cornelius Smith. You'll see about the first time he had contact in his phone anyway with Hernandez Govan was about July 25th, 2021, around that time. All you have to do is plug the numbers in. It's not rocket science, as he'd have you believe. Hernandez Govan put these individuals together. In Govan's investigation, Govan's role in this conspiracy, as far as MPD was investigating, really didn't start until Angela Arnold gave a statement. Now, if we are to believe anything Angela Arnold says, then we are to believe call records, which Sergeant Garner said they don't lie. They're the records. They are what they are. So we can't believe that. We're not supposed to believe Angela either. We're not supposed to believe anything that's happened. The records are what the records are. But they bring in Sergeant Coburn or Lieutenant Coburn. Officers are bad. They don't do a good job. But he wants you to, well, this officer did a great job. Just this one that we bring in. He did a great job. Cornelius will tell you, he didn't just get a whole thing of Clorox and pour it all over the car and wipe it down. He said he sprayed some substance on a towel and wiped. He was still hurt. It was in the dark. He was in a rush. He was scared probably that Govan was going to come out and shoot him or do something because he was across the street from his house. But you want us to, the defense wants you to believe that all the officers are bad, they did everything wrong, except that part. The investigation was ongoing. Look at the call records. Look at when they were done. And you can still investigate. Because you want someone arrested tomorrow, it doesn't mean the evidence is all there. At this point, Juk is dead. Bobby Carter's dead. Joshua Taylor's dead. We can't arrest them. We're not digging them up from the ground. They are dead. That point is dead. Browning just analyzed the numbers that were there. Garner said the records are what they are. They come from the phone company or from the phone. All Browning did was analyze it to say, hey, these many calls came from this individual, this many contacts. That's all Browning was brought here to testify about. But because those records show Hernandez Govan communicating with the conspirators throughout the summer, throughout the fall, from July until November, well past November 17th, at least November 20th of 2021. Oh, Browning's a liar too. And when all he did was analyze the records. The records were made by Mr. Govan. Defense also brought up that basically Justin Johnson had access to Juke on his own, basically. But we know that Govan made that connection. July 27, 2021. We know that. We see that in the call records. We see it. Govan already had Juke's information. Govan already had Justin's information. This was by July 27, 2021. Govan had Cornelius' information. Govan texts Justin address to Juke's smoke shop. And the contact was created between the two while they were there. But guess who did not have contact with Juke? Cornelius. He was a part of this conspiracy as well. And he got up here and he testified. And he told you that he really didn't have much contact with Juke. Guess who he was communicating with? Hernandez Govan. That's who he was communicating with. And let's look at the definition of conspiracy. You just have to create that at least with just one other person. So if you take defense at his word that Justin Johnson had other conspiracies going on and this was something separate, Hernandez Govan was still egging on Cornelius. He promised to get Cornelius paid. Cornelius didn't have direct access to Juke. He told you he was trying to still get his money. December 2nd, 2021, he sent a message from Angela Arnold's phone via Instagram message. He said he couldn't just straight out put that, hey man, I want my money. I did what I was supposed to do. He said he sent him a message trying to get his attention. A week later, he's arrested. But Hernandez Govan was the link between all of them. Hernandez knew Juke. Even if the order, if it did, that's still being investigated. But if the entire hit came from Juke, it was communicated to Govan, who then put it out to Justin and Cornelius. Hernandez Govan did that. The defense also makes the assertion that for 2 weeks, Hernandez Govan didn't have any kind of contact with any of the people who did the killing. He didn't have contact with Cornelius. He didn't have contact with Justin. The phone records will tell you that that is not true. It's simply not true. The phone records are there. There was contact. There was contact the day before. There was contact the day before that. There was contact days before that. And even if they didn't talk on the phone, what is stopping them from walking to his house? Communication is there. Doing everything to take away from the fact that this trial was about Hernandez Govan. And there's nothing that says, okay, if we don't talk within 2 weeks, that all of this is out the window. Nothing in the jury instructions that the judge gave you or read to you said, all right, this conspiracy ends if we don't talk in a week. This is not girlfriend and boyfriend stuff. This conspiracy was ongoing. Hernandez Govan is just trying to pull himself away at this point. But this, Justin and Cornelius, they were put together by Govan. It's been reiterated several times. All right, even if you believe what the defense says, say Justin was conspiring with others. Okay, two things could be true at the same time. But what we do know that shortly before the turkey drive, Cornelius said that Hernandez Govan called him and Justin together and was like, "Hey, y'all know this turkey drive getting ready to come up. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to make this money? Y'all ready to do this?" Cornelius told us that. The call records, they show that there was some communication shortly before the turkey drive, the week before Thanksgiving. And Govan just reminded them, this is your mission. This is what you're supposed to do. If you want this bread, you need to make it happen. You need to make sure that you take care of that family that's been out there. You need to make sure this is what you do. So Justin chose, even if there were other conspiracies, just if there were other conspiracies on the side. On November 16, 2021, Justin Johnson chose Cornelius. He chose Cornelius. The same Cornelius that he was introduced to through Hernandez Govan. That same day, Justin Johnson sent Juke a turkey text. It's the same text that defense has entered into evidence. He sent that on November 16th. Defense just showed you there was some communication with Juke on November 16th. On November 17th, again, the day of the murder, the day that Dolph was killed. Even if there were, again, other conspiracies, Justin Johnson chose Cornelius Smith to go on a hunt with him. He chose to go on a hunt with him. He chose him the day before. He chose him on the day of. And Cornelius Smith said the only way he knew who Justin Johnson was because of Hernandez Govan. He told you that several times. Then we talk about Cornelius. Let's talk about his testimony. Cornelius was the state's witness. Prosecutors are probably not going to be hard in screaming at their own witnesses. The point is to get the witness to talk so that you, the jury, can understand what's going on. They're a witness. Cornelius, at this point, has already testified in a previous trial. He has no reason to come in here and lie to you about what he did. He said and told you, as you watched the video of the murder of Adolph Thornton, he told you, that's me with the big gun to kill him. Now, if any part of that is, if he's to lie about, why lie about him killing somebody? That's where you lied. He didn't lie about that. He told you. I did. But I wouldn't have known Justin Johnson except for Hernandez Govan. And he put us together to get this done. He told you, the defense attorney, at least several times, that he was under the influence. You saw the video. Cornelius Smith was up there. He was high. Even the questions that were asked of him were confusing. And he told me, he said, I don't remember. I had taken some pills, and we learned he'd been taking pills. So why at that point say anything different? Even Angela Arnold said he took some pills that day. Yeah, he may have been fine, but he told you. I've been doing this for a long time. It may not affect me the same way that it affects someone who doesn't take pills. But in addition to the pills he was taking, he took some Tylenol PM. Defense tried to make it seem like it was just, a headache medicine. But he was getting that edge. He saw the end of the road coming for him. He knew the marshals were behind him. He knew that. He's taking them pills. So they tried to get a statement out of him that day. He's all over the place. He's confused. Doesn't really say much then. But he gives a statement eventually. And he tells you on the stand what happened. How Mr. Hernandez Govan set all of this in motion. And defense, paints him as a liar. Cornelius said his game to women. Well, Angela, she's still with him. Some kind of game. Letitia Jackson, kid's mother, he had enough game where she took his phone. He handed over his phone to her the day he got arrested. And Miss Ferguson, the neighbor, she said, he's a sweet baby, just sweet as he won't be, just slow. He helped her out. She didn't have a bad thing to say about him. Said he didn't give her $500, or someone didn't give him $500 for Cornelius. How do we know Miss Ferguson is the neighbor that happened to? Live on the street is several neighbors. But he brings sweet little Miss Ferguson in. We had nothing bad to say about Cornelius. Cornelius, this testimony was backed up by Angela, by the evidence and phone records, by the murder. All of that is backed up. Okay, you have looks like an AutoZone receipt in a picture of it, crumbled up. You have access to the picture of their receipt. It was a picture that was in the phone that Cornelius took. It was in Browning's presentation. Look at the receipt. Blow it up. Stretch it out. You'll see that was taken, it looks like AutoZone, and it was a receipt from November 20th, 2021. In the end, all of this points back to Hernandez Govan. He got the ball rolling. He kept the ball rolling. He kicked the ball in the end. He introduced Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson for the purpose of taking out members of PRE. One member of PRE being Adolph Thornton. That's where the conspiracy started. Again, all fingers point back to Hernandez Govan. Justin Hernandez Govan. Cornelius Hernandez Govan. Juke, as the defense keeps wanting to throw out, Hernandez Govan. And why go to Hernandez Govan house after they commit the murder? Because that was comfortable for them. No one ever said these were the smartest killers. They didn't plan on getting shot. That wasn't part of the conspiracy. When we get shot, we're going to go here. But they'd already had the getaway car at Hernandez Govan house. So they originally met at Hernandez Govan house back in July. If they would ever meet up during the time of the conspiracy, from June of 2021 until March of whenever they were arrested, they would meet at Hernandez Govan's house. Want to go shoot a video? Go to Hernandez Govan's house. They're all in the video. Park your getaway vehicle? Go to Hernandez Govan's house. Park your murder vehicle? Hernandez Govan, that's the person. Now, why did they not go in? Maybe he wasn't there right then. Maybe he was like, someone went down, I'm getting out. Who knows? But we know what happened. We know where they went. We know that the murder vehicle was parked there. We know that the getaway truck that they used to get somewhere else was parked in front of Govan's house. We know that. Even Cornelius Smith told you, Cornelius Smith told you that Justin wanted him to meet him on the day of the murder. He wanted him to meet at Govan's house. Cornelius said he couldn't get over there. So Justin came and picked him up. Again, all of this going back to Hernandez Govan. As much as the defense tried to deflect and get you to choose different deflections, it all points back to Hernandez Govan. Hernandez Govan had choices. He chose to bring Cornelius and Justin together. He chose to encourage them to have a hunt, to go on a hunt. PRE members, but the biggest bounty was Dolph. He knew that Cornelius had a drug habit and that he needed money. And he played upon that. He preyed upon that.
I ain't trying to rush her, but she about to put the jury. I think she did good, y'all. Let's see what happens. Let's wrap it up.
Justin and Cornelius
Let her cook.
were put together by Hernandez Govan. He chose to ask each of them for a cut of the proceeds. He chose conspiracy. Hernandez Govan chose murder. Adolph Thornton will never get to experience many of the things we take for granted in getting old. He will never get to experience gray hair. He will never get to experience wrinkled skin, crackling knees. He didn't get to choose to grow old. That was taken from him and put in motion by Hernandez Govan. You, the jury, you have a choice. The choice is now yours. You have a choice in whether you hold Hernandez Govan accountable for his role in this murder, for his role in this conspiracy. And I ask that you choose to find Hernandez Govan guilty of murder in the first degree and guilty of conspiracy. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm picking up on page 27. Deliberation, order of consideration. In reaching your verdict, you shall first consider the offense charged in the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of that offense beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty for that offense. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of that offense, or have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense, you shall then proceed to consider whether or not the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order from greatest to least within that count. You shall not proceed to consider any lesser included offense until you have first made a unanimous determination that the defendant is not guilty of the immediately preceding greater offense or you unanimously have a reasonable doubt for the defendant's guilt of that offense. If you have a reasonable doubt of the guilt of the defendant as to all offenses charged and included in that count, you shall return a verdict of not guilty and proceed to the next count. Verdict. Count 1. The charged offense in the first count of the indictment is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration from greatest to least are facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and accessory after the fact to wit, first-degree murder. Count 2. The charged offense in the second count of the indictment is first-degree murder. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration from greatest to least are second-degree murder, facilitation to wit, first-degree murder, facilitation to wit, second-degree murder, solicitation to wit, first-degree murder, solicitation to wit, second-degree murder, aggravated assault, facilitation to wit, aggravated assault, accessory after the fact to wit, first-degree murder, assault. Count 1. When you retire to consider your verdicts, you will first inquire whether the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, as charged in count 1 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names as foreperson. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, as embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order of consideration from greatest to least. If you find the defendant is guilty of a lesser included offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of, placing that offense in that blank, embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If upon all the proof you have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in count 1 of the indictment under the law defined and explained to you, it is your duty to acquit him, and your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty as to count 1. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. Count 2. You will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged in count 2 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in count 2 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder as charged and included in count 2 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, including and embracing count 2 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order of consideration from greatest to least. If you find the defendant is guilty of a lesser included offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of placing that offense in that blank, embracing included in count 2 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If upon all the proof you have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in count 2 of the indictment under the law defined and explained to you, it is your duty to acquit him, and your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of count 2 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members as foreperson who will preside over the deliberations. When you have reached a verdict on a particular count, the foreperson will check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign his or her name to the verdict as foreperson. Take the case, consider all the facts and circumstances fairly and impartially, and return to the court with verdicts that truth dictate and justice demand. Now, there is a couple things you need to know. Pages 33, 34, and 35 are your verdict forms. So I kept referring to check the corresponding box. These are the corresponding boxes. You got count 1 and 2 pages for count 2. Okay. I also have here the official copy of the jury charge. There are a couple of minor changes that I've made, like I caught one misspelled word, a couple misspelled words, and I've made those changes on here. Nothing that's going to change it substantively. But the official copy is going to go back to the back. Please do not write on it. Feel free to write on your own copy. Just use this as the official copy if there's any discrepancy on what you may have with you. Okay, so this is the official copy. So is everybody in a good position to deliberate? No issues with the court we know about. All right, so we shall choose 4 alternates. Once again, all of the exhibits are going back to the back with you. You will be provided a computer, a blank computer that you can use to look at any of those zip drives if you like.
I'm not gonna lie, it's looking like a same day verdict.
Miss Stacy, do you have anything back in the back you need to collect? You'll just stay right where you are, please.
It's looking like a same day verdict. What y'all think? It's looking like, man, listen. After that lawyer just came in and disrespected the whole count like that, what y'all think the jury about to do? They about to spank him. closing arguments. If you didn't already subscribe to the channel.
Ms. Wilkes, ma'am, do you have anything back in the back? Mr. Cobb, do you have anything back in the back?
Just a bullet.
You want to go ahead again? Mr. Ayers, do you have anything back in the back? All right. You want to go collect? If you have any questions, please write them down and turn on the lights. Officer Parks will come collect the questions. George, you are excused to deliberate. Alternate stand.
Same day verdict. Don't forget who predicted it. Now, it's 6 o'clock on the East Coast, 6:12 to be exact.
Right.
So that means in Memphis it's 5:12.
I always just show lawyers this. I had a bad experience one time, so I always show lawyers what the numbers are, make sure we are clean with the numbers.
This is it. Govan might not go home today. I thought he might go home, but it's looking like he might not go home today, y'all. This is it. The jury has their instructions. We heard from both sides. There's only one thing left to do, deliberate. So as we wait on the deliberation of the jury, which is seeming like it's gonna be open and shut. So what I'm gonna do in the meantime, in between time, is let's get back to the interview while they deliberate. The one I've been told y'all we gonna finish. Okay, so Govan didn't speak in his trial, but he did decide to do an interview before his trial. Let's get into that as the jury deliberates. If you didn't already, tune in, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe.
Of course, you know, they snapped it up or whatever the case may be, but that's my little brother for sure.
How that relationship started, like when you and Flip?
Well, you know, back in the day, you know, it's like the environment I come from, we always trying to find a better way. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I was investing in a few hip hop concerts, you know what I'm saying? And that was one of the first ones, you know what I'm saying? I brought Flip, he came down, you know what I'm saying? And we just locked in, you know what I'm saying? It was a situation that happened, you know what I'm saying? And he told me, you know, if I ever needed him, you know what I'm saying? If I was ever around this way, hit him up and he'll show the same hospitality. And so, you know, I reached out to him one time when it was a situation and he sent the car for me. And we've been locked in ever since.
Oh, so that's how the Source Award, like the Source Award, you got the T.I., fuck T.I.
Who's gonna wear the black Dickies outfit or whatever, Orange Mound, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, that was my decision. You know, at the time, you know what was going on with T.I. and Flip.
Well, so how you and Scarface from the Ghetto Boys, y'all end up getting into it like off of this situation, like when you was going to the Source Award?
Nah, we.
Nah, excuse me, because they did their best to try to not talk about the obvious, but they're gonna get in there. Again, this is an interview. This might be the edited version, but I don't think it is. It's the interview that got him in trouble, y'all.
Was going through the TSA.
And it's crazy. I'm like, the way he name dropping, you would think that he wouldn't be name dropping like this, being that he's already implicated in a high profile case. He's dropping celebrity names. Crazy work. Crazy work.
And when he seen me, he was looking at me, face trying to figure out who the fuck I was, because he seen all this Clover G shit airbrushed on my shirt. And you know, Cloverland, that's a neighborhood in Houston. That's where Flip from. And so when I spotted him, I'm looking at face like, man, his face. You know how we feel about face in the South. You know, permission. He was like, man, just make sure you let bro know that's where I'm at with it. I ain't never seen him in the Clover, but that don't mean he ain't from the Clover. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, he just spoke his piece with me. You know what I'm saying? I passed the message. And, you know, it was what it was, but it wasn't
crazy work to hear him talking about passing messages after hearing one of the messages that he passed along to Justin Johnson, Cornelius Smith, would get him in this hot seat that he's in now. Not guilty or guilty. The jury is deliberating, and we are commentating, reacting live. Let's go.
Wasn't no tense conversation or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? It was just man to man.
And that's on the real. I like the city, bro. Let's get back to the city, man. Like, how you feel like, you know what I'm saying, the beef and everything going on in the city? Like, what's your feelings about what's going on right now?
I mean, you know, to be honest, bro, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of crazy. I'm saying, you know, growing up in the era that I come up in, you know, our main focus was the money. You know what I'm saying? And it's just different. You know, we really enjoyed our childhood growing up. And these kids these days, all they know is ops and calling people they don't even know, never met. They ops, you know what I'm saying? It's just dangerous, you know what I'm saying? Kids can't even go outside and play. The elderly, you know, they scared to go certain places, you know what I'm saying? I just wish it could go back to how.
Now, I think that he strategically did his interview to try to make it seem some type of way, because now he caring about the elders and how the youngest are influenced. But you were one of the people allegedly on trial right now for help orchestrating some of the youngest from your area to do criminal activities. Let's talk about it. Will Govan be acquitted? Will he be found guilty? Or will he be found like he's pleading not guilty? The jury is deliberating. We will have breaking news soon, y'all. Have it break. We gonna break it.
I was when I was coming up. You know, you remember the days we go to times, Orange Mound might get to fight with North Memphis or South Memphis, get to fight, and the next week everything cool. We ain't trying to kill each other. We ain't trying to do none of that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, just for the city, you know what I'm saying, itself, you know what I'm saying, I wish it could just go back to how it was, but, you know, it's going to take more than me. It's going to take a village, you know what I'm saying, to get this city together, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, my. And that's real. Hey, like, we're going to speak about the op situation. No jumper. Julio. You know what I'm saying? Like, with the op situation, he was speaking on, like, with your daughter dissing his ops. Like, how you feel about that?
How, what now?
Like, Julio spoke on your daughter dissing his, you know what I'm saying? He had the song with your daughter dissing his ops.
It's so crazy how sometimes the content age, and that was an interesting pivoting question, because one, his daughter is no longer with us, and which her name is a lot of Cash Desto, and neither is the other guy she was doing a video with. He died in Florida, Jackson. Y'all remember? So this is a pivoting point of the conversation. You got to pay close attention, and it goes all the way to what I always say. It's a hidden agenda in this music industry. Nobody really talk about it.
You know what I'm talking about? Like,
yeah. I mean, you know, my take on that is, you know what I'm saying, you know, I don't know Julio. I ain't never met him personally or nothing like that, but I just feel like he should have pulled her to the side and like, look, that's dope. You doing something, you speaking on something that ain't got nothing to do with you. You know what I'm saying? And it's a dangerous situation. You know what I'm saying? And
I mean, he can feel like that, but honest, I don't know if he got a chance to raise his daughter, but hopefully when he had the chance, he pulled his own daughter to the side instead of being any type of way about Fulio pulling her to the side. Fulio is a youngin' himself. Yeah, he took on tour, let her hang around. You know, they was doing music, but at the end of the day, Fulio is no longer here. Your daughter is no longer here. Juk is no longer here. Amongst the other two other people that got mentioned in this trial, 3 people came up gone within this trial, y'all.
You know, by her looking up to him in the rap game or whatever, I feel like she would have listened. You know what I'm saying? If he would have been adamant about the fact that he didn't want her to do that. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't know Jumper. He said that, you know, he spoke to her about it. You know, how in depth he did, I don't know. I can't say I went there. You know what I'm saying? But if it was me in his shoes, I wouldn't have let her make that verse. I would have got her to change it. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, she was still a female. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of females, sometimes they say things that, you know, they don't understand the repercussions and consequences. You know what I'm saying? They come with it.
And that's real. But then after she died, Jay died, came right after. Like, this stuff, like, how you felt about this situation, bro?
I mean, you know, by that being my daughter, of course, you know what I'm saying, it rubbed me the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? You know, but, you know, I got alligator skin, Stan G. You know what I'm saying? You know, and I done been through so much, you know what I'm saying? You know, this shit like that, don't. You know what I'm saying? Some shit upsets you. The next hour is, you know what I'm saying? It is, you know, when I look back on this shit, I got to look at it from, I guess, from J-Dot point of view, too. You know what I'm saying? It's like, here it is, a female dissing your brother that got killed, and y'all ain't never met her. You know, so when my daughter passed, he took it upon himself to diss her. You know what I'm saying? Which I ain't gonna never agree with. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I just feel like Fulio could have stopped all this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Real talk. So if you sing Fulio to, like, if you got it, well, I guess Fulio, he gonna hear this anyway. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
All right, let's get to some more meat and potatoes, man. Everybody saying that you know Raven from the cookie shop, from Makita's Cookie.
Oh, man, hey, what's the old saying? Stan G, believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. Man, Raven walked in front of me right now and slapped the shit out of me. I wouldn't know who that lady was. You know what I'm saying? You know, nah, I ain't never.
So all the bloggers out there, you just threw that out the window. You ain't never seen no Raven in your life.
Man, and look, I don't know that lady, man. I ain't never met her. I ain't never been to the cookie shop with none of that goofy shit.
What's you and Black Youngster relationship?
Man, I don't rap. I ain't never met no motherfucking Black Youngster day in my life.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Out to him though, you know what I'm saying? But nah, I don't know, bro.
All right, was you on the crime scene? I'm just gonna say it like this, what the blog was saying.
Bron James, your uncle.
For real, Jay. For real, man. All right, man. I'm trying to get into all the rhetoric. You know what I mean?
I'm here, man.
All the rhetoric.
You understand?
All right. What's your relationship with CMG?
Man, I ain't got no comment on this shit.
I feel you.
I can't. You know, I still got an open case, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's a lot of shit that I can't speak on. I'll respect you. You know what I'm saying? You know, and if you're from the streets, you know what I'm saying. You know, you understand that. I'm sure. Hopefully, you can respect it too.
I feel. I feel. All right. Well, how about the like? How you feel about what the bloggers say? Man, he got out early. He must be working. Or what you feel about the bloggers, bro? And their whole situation.
Man, look, the environment I come from, staying G, motherfuckers, they say all kind of shit. You think I give a damn about what bloggers that ain't never seen me, never met me, got to say? Man, that shit don't hold no weight with me. Man, these bloggers post all kind of bullshit just for views, for clickbait. Man, if I see that shit, man, I laugh, man. You know what I'm saying? That shit might hold some weight with a goofy or something, or affect a goofy. You know what I'm saying? But somebody like me, man, I see that shit and laugh, man. That shit ain't nothing to me. You know what I'm saying?
Well, how you get your name Orange Mound quick, bro? Like in the streets, the infamous Orange Mound quick right now.
See, that was you put the infamous on. You know what I'm saying? You put the infamous on there. Shit infamous about me, bro. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I got the name just growing up in Orange Mound. You know what I'm saying? You know, I grew up as you know, people know me as a hustler, bro. You know what I'm saying? And if you know, you know. You know what I'm saying? That's all I ever been about. You know what I'm saying? All the other goofy shit that motherfuckers say online, and, you know, that ain't me. You know what I'm saying? My heart don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, man, I'm a loving and caring person. You know what I'm saying? When it's warranted. You know what I'm saying? You know. So with that being said, man, you know, that's how I got the name. Just growing up in that environment. You know, doing what I got to survive. You know what I'm saying? And just, you know, just being from that particular space in the city.
How Memphis treat you right now, bro? Like overall.
I mean, you know, I don't know how they treat me when I ain't around, but I know how they treat me when I'm in they, you know what I'm saying, they space. You know what I'm saying? You know, and as far as the you know, the internet warriors and all of that, you know, they gonna say what they say. You know what I'm saying? You know, social media and the internet gave them a voice. You know what I'm saying? You know, so as far as the people that matter, you know what I'm saying, and my loved ones, and you know what I'm saying, you know, and them type, you know what I'm saying, they treat me the same, you know, because they know me, they know my heart, you know what I'm saying. So, you know, anything outside of that shit don't hold no weight with me.
And it's real. What's your relationship with CEOTs and Straight Draw, bro?
I can't, you know, it's certain things, you know what I'm saying, I can't necessarily speak on right now, but, you know, like me and you talk, you know about part 2, you know what I'm saying? You know.
Part 2 gonna get really real.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah, most definitely. You know what I'm saying? When in due time, you know what I'm saying? You know, we're gonna get to it. Like you say, get to the meat and potatoes, the real meat and potatoes, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
You know, and by you being from the city, you know what I'm saying, it kind of made sense, you know what I'm saying, to do the first one with you. You know what I'm saying? You know, you a journalist, you just doing your job, you know what I'm saying? You know, even with you know what I'm saying, you know, you kind of prior to our, you know what I'm saying, first interaction or whatever, I used to see your page and see your channel, and you kind of said a few things that wasn't accurate, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, as a journalist, I know y'all get misleading information all the time, you know.
Can you name what I say that wasn't accurate? I want to hear it.
Well, you know, it was one episode you had. It was kind of like it was about my daughter. You know what I'm saying? My daughter came up. You know what I'm saying, in this particular episode, and it was you kind of reference almost to the fact like her death had something to do with my current situation. You know, it came up. You know what I'm saying? And I just don't feel like it was addressed the right way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because, you know, like, I'm pulling from, like, the sacrifice end. I got to speak about everything, like, you know what I'm talking about? So I try to cover I try to cover everything in this circle because, you know, everybody gonna pull from certain ends, but you know, I feel you on that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, well, okay, let's get into what you thinking about doing next, bro. Like, what's your next move?
I mean, I'm just riding this shit out, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know, my next move gonna be my best move. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm just here, bro. You know, and you know, I got a lot of shit lined up. You know what I'm saying, that me and you spoke about. You know, and a lot of positive things. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. You thinking about a book or a movie?
I'm thinking about all of that.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I done thought about all of it.
Okay. Bet with quick. What is that about? Bet with quick.
Man, anybody that know me know I'm an avid sports gambler. You know what I'm saying? Some people call me the king of FanDuel. You know what I'm saying? That's all I do, bro. You know what I'm saying? Is sit up, watch sports, gamble on sports, sell picks. You know what I'm saying? To the people that's interested in buying my picks. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's all I do, bro. You know what I'm saying? If it really, for the most part, if it ain't got nothing to do with sports, it ain't got nothing to do with me.
Can you break down how you get a bond?
Shit, by having a good attorney.
And can you, what kind of attorney you get? Like, you got a name, Lil Durk attorney, right?
You asking me questions you already know.
You got to put it out there. People want to know.
Man, Aurora, man, he's a great attorney from Atlanta, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
How they come about? How they come about? You just been in the game so long. How they come about?
Well, you know, prior to my situation, you know, of course, you know, we all follow, you know what I'm saying, what's going on in hip hop. You know what I'm saying? And I realized he was a great attorney when he represented Dirk and King Von on their case that they was innocent on. So, you know, I decided to reach out to him, you know, because I knew he was a fighter and I needed a fighter in my corner at that time. So, yeah, that's how I came about Manny.
Did anybody in the industry help you pay for your lawyer, your situation?
Not a soul. If somebody in the industry would have paid my attorney, I would have went and dug Cochran up.
I feel you, my G. Man, hey, shout out to all your people, man, because part 2 gonna get really real, man. You feel?
Man, you know, man, I ain't gonna call no names, but the ones that know, man, you know what I'm saying? They know what it is, you know what I'm saying? They don't need no accolades or no brownie points, you know what I'm saying, or nothing like that. But one, you know, another thing that I want to address, you know what I'm saying, was again the press rewind, the fact that all the bloggers and shit was consistently trying to associate my daughter's death with my current situation, and it had absolutely nothing at all to do with it. As a man, I don't know if you got kids, but I wouldn't be able to sit here do no interview with you in this space if I knew that someone had something to do with my daughter being killed. It's just, you know, again, but I see it, you know what I'm saying, and I don't see it, you know what I'm saying, because
so why you made that post and you was apologizing, like in that post?
Are you referring to the post that I made when I told her I apologize for my lifestyle cursing her? Man, my daughter, her side of the family, from her mom, grandmama, uncles, and all them people, good people. You know what I'm saying? You know, they heavily involved in church and all of that. So, you know, it's like all the things that she picked up on growing up, you know what I'm saying, trying to get some money and hustling it. I feel like she got there from me, and she picked it up from seeing me doing what I was doing in the streets when I was in the streets. And so that was just me apologizing to her for that. You know what I'm saying? It ain't had nothing to do with my current situation or nothing like that. Anybody that know they know what happened to my daughter and the reason. But again, the bloggers, they just gonna post anything for clickbait. It is what it is.
Okay. Man, thank you for coming through, blessing my platform, bro. You know what I'm talking about? The part two. I know we can't get into everything like you said.
Hey, my word is born. I'm pulling up on you first, bro. You know what's up.
Yeah, I heard it first, man. You know what I'm talking about? I get it first, man. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, shout out your Instagram and how to get in touch with you, though, man.
Man, I'm on IG at Bit with Quit. Facebook, same thing, Bit with Quit. You know what I'm saying? You know, I got a channel about to drop on YouTube called Bit with Quit as well. Everything Bit with Quit, man. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to reach me, that's how you can find me.
Hey, one more question, bro. What's your relationship with PRE?
With who?
With PRE. They show you love
with PR
or PRE.
I don't even know what that is. What's it?
The record label from the city.
I don't rap, Stan G.
Okay. It is what it is, man. Stan G.
I don't rap, and I ain't never had only rap beef I done ever had, man, with T.I.
And that was almost how long ago?
Shit, before Martin Luther King got shot.
Hey, it's real, bro. Salute, bro. I appreciate you coming through, man. You gave it to me first, man. And I just put the crown on for the city. But hey, when we come back, you know it's gonna get real intense. You said you're gonna get.
Let's be honest. He would never get a chance to come back. You know why? Because the judge will find out about this interview and forbid him. Because he was on bond. Speaking too much. It was one of his violations. Remember, it was 3 times he violated his bond. And they still didn't revoke it. Now, notice when he was asked CMG, he knew who CMG was. He said CMG ain't by his lawyer. He got his own lawyer, which is now that we know is Dirk's and Von lawyer that represent him on that case that they had in Atlanta. Not to be confused with who Dirk has right now. I don't think that Dirk is using him on his big federal case. And if so, this was not good for Dirk because he went to Memphis and disrespected the county right in front of them, down there, slapped them in their face. And he's representing Govan. Govan said he don't even know what PRE is. He don't rap like that. But you know who CMG is. How many of y'all believe that? Exactly. We are on Verdict Watch. It's been a long 4 hours, y'all. I'm about to end this one. If you didn't already, subscribe. And that's the Verdict drop. Stay tuned because I will be doing content once the Verdict drop. Even if it is live, we got enough. We're going to do an upload. Thank you for all the new subscribers. Everybody that hit the like button, you dig? I really appreciate you. All the mods that came through, held it down. Salute to you. Everybody listening. Big old salute to Memphis. We had Memphis in the building. Everybody from all over the states that dropped in. Salute to y'all. And the last thing I want to say, God bless. Prayers for the family in this hard time. His kids. As we all know, they're probably still grieving this situation, but at least we see closure. As this chapter closes, remember, there's still Cornelius Smith who has to go on trial. Y'all stay tapped in. Y'all subscribe to the channel. And have a blessed day.
Damn, VG, you made this?
Little nigga, the streets is talking. The streets is talking. Streets is talking. Streets is talking. Little nigga, the streets is talking. Little nigga, the streets is talking. Streets is talking. Little nigga, the streets is talking. Streets is talking. You better watch what you say to them. You better watch what you say to them. You better watch what you say to them. Nigga, the streets is talking. Nigga, the streets is talking. Nigga, the streets is talking. Little nigga, the streets is talking. Little nigga, the streets is talking. You better watch what you say to them. You better watch what you say. You better watch what you say to them. You better watch what you say.
Real talk, what you gon' do when the pressure on?